And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another weekend edition of the Code for Giants Cup number 17, your bi-weekly dose of Brazilian StarCraft. I'm, of course, Jose VIP, and with me, I'm joined by these amazing players, by the people in the chat, and by my plushies as well. Welcome, one and all to... Again, your bi-weekly event here. Shout out to Cosmos, of course, for running, hosting, and casting this event in Brazilian. We are, of course, the official English stream, and we are jumping into our first series of the night, spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ley Lines. We have the Brazilian Terran player, but off racing as Protoss, the blue Protoss. For Eximius Gaming, it is a Kamikaze. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the Brazilian Terran playing his main race, the purple Terran. It is purple, also for Eximius Gaming. Let's go. And if you're in the chat, of course, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will take the series. Best of luck in the chat. Likewise, also best of luck. Oh, you can also check out the bracket yourselves. The bracket is live, the bracket is stacked, but we are focusing on our series for now. We can jump into the bracket thereafter. As we are popping off with some cheese with a cannon rush. The forge has been placed, and the Kamikaze, he's starting things off with a bang. With a cannon, if you will. Boys are going to be pulled here immediately here onto that pylon. We can see Kamikaze getting ready behind the mineral line. This is the death zone. This is basically what you want to set up, is cannons behind the mineral line if at all possible. So we'll see if Kamikaze can pull that off as the probe is set up. Second probe has arrived. Oh, second probe is here. Cannons are going to be thrown down. So far, only 3 SCVs. More boys have to be pulled. Without more SCVs, I mean, these cannons are going to finish. First cannon is cancelled. Nicely done. Still two cannons left. 2 cannons to go, and it looks like they should be denied. 1 probe does fall, I believe. Yeah, there was 1 probe falling. There's 1 probe left, and so far, purple, he's holding. He's holding quite well. He's shutting down the probe, shutting down the cannons, and Marine has arrived. Yeah, the cannon, that's a kill, not a cancel. Nicely done, and purple's holding. Purple, he is holding here. We're looking good. The rush has ended. We do have a gateway on the way, but honestly, this pylon should go down. The pylon should go down. The gateway is going to be depowered, and that was a big commitment for Kamikaze. Now, again, coming into the series, Kamikaze is the heavy favorite, but Kamikaze is a main race Terran, and it looks like he was trying to be cheeky. He was trying to be a little bit, well, he was overconfident, overzealous, and so far has not paid off. We do see Kamikaze trying to reinforce with another pylon with a further proxy, but purple is looking solid. He's looking good. Behind this, getting back into mining, of course, getting to his 3 racks follow-up, second and third racks on the way. Bunker just in case. And what is the plan here for Kamikaze? I mean, he could try to set up a proxy Stargate. Cybercore is on the way, but again, this is a rough position for Kamikaze. There we go. Proxy pylon further back. This would be a prime location for either another gateway or a Stargate. Potentially Robo. Just waiting for the Cybercore to finish up. Waiting for the tech. So far, so good for purple. Is holding well. There it is. Proxy Robo, not Stargate for Kamikaze. And even though the purple has held well and he's building up and working towards Stim, building up a bio army, soon to expand and take that natural base, technically, if purple is too greedy, if he's a little bit preoccupied, if he gets caught with this man's down, I mean, this all-in can still work. It can still work. Kamikaze is not out of this yet, but is behind. He is in a rough position. So we'll see if purple can keep this going. For now, Stim Combat Shield's going to be on the way. Purple has yet to expand. We'll soon have the minerals for it, but may just go for a 1-base all-in. May just pull the boys and send everything across the map. We'll see if purple does commit or does expand. We'll see where he takes us. We could come up with names with the plushies, true. I still need to have like another photo shoot. You know what? Maybe over Christmas, maybe over the holidays, with some free time, with a couple of days off. Like we should have some days off in January. If that's the case, maybe I'll be able to take some photos, give them some names. The dream. Stalker has arrived. Immortals are on the way. How many gates? We have 1 gateway back at home and 1 gateway across the map, so 2 gates. Stalker aggression with the Immortal, with War Prism Micro available as well. I do favor purple though in a head-on fight. but he doesn't really know what's going on yet. The Marauder is going to come across the army. That is going to be a hefty loss here for Purple. The Immortal. Yeah, the Immortal goes down. Massive pickoff. Purple, does he turn around? Does he commit? Does he commit to the base trade? He is. Now, Kamikaze may have a recall. He has 2 cannons. He has 2 cannons back at home. Without any shield batteries and currently with no energy for a recall, I believe Purple can clean this up. The Sentry, the force field. Oh my god. And the Sentry is here. He spots the army. There's the force field. Sentry survives and Purple holds. There's that recall back home. There's that recall. Army has arrived. He sims it. Oh, wait, he's crazy. Dust him in. The Marauder gets left behind. Nice juggling here from Kamikaze. And Kamikaze's going to hold. He's going to shut this down. He cleans up every single Marine. Yeah, a little bit misjudged there by Purple. He's racing back. The Marauder should be chased down. That's a chunky Immortal. Jesus. Well, it's chunky Marauder, I meant to say. It's beefy. It is going to be chased down. And now back at home, Purple's in trouble. He is in trouble here. He's trying to tech up, getting into concussive shell. He made safety turrets unnecessary. Was just a little bit paranoid. And ideally, he would have to pre-pull the boys to repair. I mean, again, with that 1, soon to be 2, soon to be 3 Immortals, Kamikaze, he can overwhelm this. He can overwhelm the bunker. The bunker on its own is not going to do much. He stims in. The boys are being pulled. Ooh, they're being pulled to repair. Purple in a lot of trouble here. Pulls back with his army. He could be mining, but alas, did pull away. Yeah, stuck on 1 base, and that means that Kamikaze, he's on an equivalence economy. Leading out more Marines, and Kamikaze, he's snowballing out of control. As we mentioned, Purple, I mean, that initial move out was misjudged. Misguided, if you will. And upon losing that entire first army, I mean, that's Purple losing his lead. And now from here, Kamikaze is snowballing out of control. He's pushing up into the main. There's not much to defend. There's a handful of Marines. There's 2 Marauders. Nice juggling here from Kamikaze. Saves the Stalker. From here, Kamikaze forcing his way in. Again, the bunker doesn't really mean much. Not against 3 Immortals. He's holding on for now. He's holding. Now, if Purple can snipe the prison, then maybe, but that's a big if. Starport going to be forced back. Kamikaze just forcing his way further into the main. Yeah, avoids the Widowmine. And it's going to be all or nothing here for Purple. Yes, well, every single boy. And even with that, the force fields are brutal. Nice lift here on the factory to try to avoid that. Marines, they sim in. They do take down 1 Immortal, I believe. The others are getting low, but that's going to cost us 25 SCVs. And Kamikaze, he still maintains his army. Down to 3 Immortals. But still with Stalkers, and yeah, he does have enough. Does have enough with sheer might, with sheer control. He overwhelms. And he's going to take lead in the series. Despite the failed cannon rush, despite the awkward start to the game, which did place Purple with the lead. Again, Purple, he moved out too soon, too prematurely. Will score with his pants down. Kamikaze, he has done it at this point. He has done it. GG. Kamikaze takes game number 1. GG. Shout out to Purple, though. Again, he had a good start. He had a very nice start. He was able to deny and shut down the cannon rush. He forced Kamikaze into a really awkward position. But as we saw, you know, he still had the opportunity to commit to the all-in. Again, it was unfortunate that Purple had thrown away his first army across the map. Again, unfortunately, he got scouted. Unfortunately, there was a sentry as well on the high ground, so the force field was brutal, bought a lot of time, and Kamikaze could easily just clean up that army and just snowball from there. Very well done. Very well done there Kamikaze to still find a way back into that game. Shout out to Purple, but alas, hopefully this time, if he does find himself with the lead, he can calm things down and secure himself first before committing. Before pulling that trigger. But now, GG well played. Kamikaze does take a lead, and now we are getting ready for game number 2. Here we go. I'm glad purple is true to his name. Yeah, purple is purple. Of course, of course. Erik is playing this tournament. Yeah, we're gonna be featuring Erik most likely at least in the semifinals. We'll get there. We'll get there. We'll be going over the bracket itself after this series. Now just focusing on our first matchup here as we are settling into game number 2. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Whispers of Gold, we have the Brazilian Protoss player, the blue Protoss representing Eximius Gaming, leading the series 1-0. It is Kamikaze. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the Brazilian Terran player, the purple Terran, representing Eximius Gaming, down in the series. We'll see if we can recover. It is purple. We go. Again, this time Kamikaze is not crazy enough to go for an early probe across the map to set up for a cannon rush. I would imagine this time we should be seeing a much more standard start to the game. But in general, typically when a player does off-race, does feel like they have an advantage over their opponent, I wouldn't be surprised if Kamikaze goes for another all-in. Based on the proxy that we saw last game, may see something similar here as well. We shall see. Again, I'm not too familiar with the level of Kamikaze's off-race, the level of his Protoss. Clearly, the micro is something that does kind of like transcend. It does apply to all races here. Once you get to a certain level with one, the control is going to be there. What about the macro there? What about the builds? But now purple is scouting for a proxy. Fair. Especially against Kamikaze, it does make sense. Still scouts. Kamikaze back at home, going for a gate expand, economic opener this time out of the Protoss. And purple, I'm sure, is uneasy after that first game and is still scouting for proxies. Just making sure everything's on the up and up. Opening up Marine first, so Rax expand, single gas, economic opener out of purple as well. He's going for that CC on the low ground, and now we can settle into a game. we can settle in. Now, there is a bit of a give and take here. The downside for purple is, one, no SCV scout, no SCV scout. Likewise, it was Marine first into reactor, so no Reapers either, which means purple's in the dark. Purple, he has no idea what's going on, and he'll have a harder time at scouting the initial tech of choice as well from the Protoss player. From here, we could go into a factory, into a Hellion follow-up just to be active, just to try to dive into a mineral line or dive into the bases just to get a scout off. Ooh, but no, it looks like it might just be another 3 racks. We saw that last game. We could see that here again in game 2. Just building up and working towards a stim timing. I mean, it can hit quite hard, especially if it's unscouted. It's going to be on Kamikaze to figure things out, to piece it all together. There we go. As the first adept is moving out. And we have confirmation it is going to be a 3 racks, so racks expand into a 3 racks follow-up into a stim timing. Purple is building up, Kamikaze is moving out. And we have our tech of choice, not a Stargate, not a Twilight Council. It's going to be a Robo opener for Kamikaze. Very safe play. I mean, in a way, yeah, I'll stand by it. I'll say a safe opener here, a safe tech choice. This does typically lead into a fast Immortal, or it can lead into fast Immortals if necessary, if you're up against an all-in or up against aggression. Likewise, can lead into a faster Bay, into faster Colossus production. The downside, of course, is that you have no Blink Stalkers for map control. You have no Phoenixes for map control either. So these otherwise more nimble and mobile units that you can use for map control and to harass across the map are not quite there, which means Kamikaze is going to be stuck at home. Now we can opt to open up with a Prism, open up with a War Prism, and go for a depth harass across the map. That is available here to Kamikaze. We'll see what he goes for. Observer, Prism, or Immortal. Ooh, early Immortal here. Again, this does allow him to be quite safe. It means that if purple went for an early move out, there would be an Immortal to defend. Likewise, Twilight Council follow-up. I would imagine this is going to be into charge, just because Blink is going to be heavily delayed already. We'll see. We'll see if he goes for Blink or charge on the side of Kamikaze. Meanwhile, purple is still building up his army, getting to his factory follow-up. Upgrades are on the way. Massing up his bio. Kamikaze hasn't seen much across the map. No sentry, no hallucination scout yet either. As you mentioned, the likelihood of this being charged was higher, and it is in fact going to be charged. So Immortal into charge lots, ideally into Archons as well. We'll see if Kamikaze does get there. Meanwhile, Purple is going to be the first to move out. And checking the vision of Kamikaze, no vision yet, but the Observer does move out, and the Observer should come across the army. Yeah, so Kamikaze does scout, does confirm. Spots the main force, and Kamikaze should be getting in position. Second Immortal's on the way. We need extra warp ins. We need to get ready for that energy overcharge as well. But again, thanks to the safety Immortal and the sentry, Kamikaze should be okay. Here comes the stim. Dust him in. Nice cutting back. Force field here at the ramp. Oh, but the army does slip in. Yeah, the force field was misplaced. And with a misplaced force field, that may just be it. We break on through. This is Artosis Pylon, but the Immortal does pop out. The Immortal has arrived. Boys are being pulled. A lot of workers are going to be going down. Very successful attack so far. Getting 8 probes. Getting all the zealots. Can't even dive on top of the Immortal. Shields get triggered. Does he go for another sim? Again, the army is very battered, very bruised, but there's shield batteries. There's that second stim. Going for the probes. Targeting down as many as he can and getting 14. And Kamikaze will survive. He will hold, he will survive. Again, that force field, the force field being misplaced was brutal, and that was really the beginning of the end. In saying that though, Purple does have a nice economic lead, but we've been here before, where even if Purple is ahead economically, Kamikaze, he can still have a chance at bringing it back. Because here comes a Colossus. And if he can build up to 1, 2, 3 Colossi, he can stabilize on 2 bases, get a third as well. Kamikaze can recover, as he is down 10 workers, but only 10. Across the map, Purple is going for a 3rd CC, thankfully, setting up for a 3rd base. Building up more Bio, Marines, Marauders, +1, all on the way. Personally, after taking an economic lead like this, you could go for one of 2 approaches from the side of the Terran. You can either try to go for a follow-up move out and go for the kill and try to break the Protoss, or calm things down, get your 3rd base, get into a 4th base, and look to build up towards the mid-game. Personally, I would appreciate if Purple was a little bit more defensive here more than anything, and expand, take a 3rd. In saying that, there is opportunities for drop play. Like, bearing in mind, remember, because of the opener, there's no Blink, there's no Phoenixes, there's no real anti-air actually. The Immortal doesn't shoot up, the Colossus doesn't shoot up, the Zealots, of course, they didn't shoot up either. So Purple has the potential to go for drop play, to kill more probes, and to not really be punished for it. So there's a big opportunity for Purple, but for now, he's staying back at home. Is staying back, is going for at least a Mind Drop. Mind Drop is being sent out. Building up more tanks. Likewise, speaking of drops, Kamikaze is going to move out as well. Setting up a prism towards the main. Main base is exposed. Likewise, I believe Purple has yet to scout the tech. Mind's just going to be going up. Gets 2 probes. And checking the vision here, Purple did scout the robotics bay. We should be seeing Vikings. We do need those Vikings. There we go. First Vikings are on the way. Prism's already coming into the main. And Purple's out of position. He is out of position. Else they do drop in. Purple, he responds with his entire army. That means the tank is exposed, and that means that Kamikaze, yeah, he can just go right in. Oh, the medevac does spot the main army, though. Ooh, that's a cancel on the Ghost Academy. Nice pickup. Purple does save his 3rd, though. He will lose 7 SCVs. Kamikaze flowing his way back in. The Vikings, they have arrived. They hunt down the Prism. Prism is being hunted down. Likewise, Kamikaze building up towards 2 Colossus. Still has eyes on the main army. Playing it safe, playing it careful. Purple goes for his own move out. No force fields with this army. Kamikaze, this army is exposed. Yeah, he has to get the hell out of here. And Purple, he has a very nice supply lead. And even with 3 Colossi, I mean, Purple, he can break through. Stims in. Oof, bleeds out a lot of Marines though. I mean, with 3 Colossi, this Bio army, it takes a couple of swipes and it's just going to evaporate. The supply does lie. Sure, Purple, he has a lot of armor supply, but it's mainly Marine against Colossi of all things. He's trying to reposition. I mean, the Vikings have potential. Speaking of Vikings, they turn away. Fourth Colossus has arrived. Jesus. And that's going to be a kill, not a cancel. Nice pickup. He scans, looking for another expansion. Colossus coming in from behind. And massive tank volume is going to be going up. He gets on top of the tanks. The tanks are going to go down. The Vikings are doing what they can. The Gateway army here getting quite low. Is close. The Vikings, they pop up. They take down one of the Colossus. Yeah, massive pickup. He gets one. And he can try to go for the others. Oh, they do miss rally though. Yeah, Vikings, they miss rally. Tank gets left behind. Nova goes off. No major connection. He's diving in. Should get another Colossus. Yeah, he gets one more. There's 3 left. Army's rallying in. He gets, barely not the final Colossus. And Purple, he is running out of steam here. He does get it into the middle line though. Does bust in. Probe's going to be going down. Nice target firing. But Purple, he will be cleaned up. Does get cleaned up. Does have to pull away. Likewise, reinforcements, they do hit to the 3rd. Getting a pylon. Not much more than that. Purple has to race back. 4 CCs on the way. Purple just has to calm things down, build back up. Again, Kamikaze, he fought well for himself. I mean, he preserved most of his Colossus, despite being heavily down in army supply. Kamikaze, he did trade well, but GG gets called. He taps out, and Purple ties up the series 1-1. Whew. GG. Kamikaze with too much of a deficit there, and Purple, he forces the ace match. Let's go. Oh my god. Does force the ace match. And with that, we're going all the way to game number 3. And I want to believe in the power of Purple. I want to believe. Let's go. Send it, baby. Take it all the way. As we're getting ready for that final game. And we'll see how this story ends, as the game 3 is going to be on Ultra Love. Now, after losing a game, we'll see if Kamikaze, if he is scared enough to switch to his main race. He's been trying to have some fun and trying to clown on Purple with his off race, but it looks like, that's going to be the case. Kamikaze, upon being forced to the ace match, he is switching to Terran. Doesn't want to leave it to chance. Now we're getting into Ultra Love for that final game. Are getting there. Meanwhile, looks like the rest of the bracket is progressing. We'll get there. We'll catch up on the rest of the brackets. For now, we're settling into game 3. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have our Brazilian Terran player forced to play his main race after being forced into the ace match. We'll see if he can bring it back. Representing Zimi's Gaming, it is Kamikaze. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the other Brazilian Terran player, the Purple Terran, representing Zimi's Gaming as well. It is Purple. And we go. Here we go. As again, Kamikaze is the favorite player in this series, but only favored because he's a GM Terran. He's a GM Terran player, and now he can switch back to what he does best, which is play Terran. Opening up double gas, that means faster factory, delayed CC for Kamikaze. Kamikaze doesn't just play Terran though, he is known for mech. He's known for meching it up quite often, so maybe embracing more mech style here against Purple. Likewise, not just mech play, but whenever he does play bio, he is often very drop heavy as well. You know, he lives up to his name. We've seen Kamikaze many a time doom drop into the main base of his Terran opponent and lose everything. go for the Kamikaze maneuver. Has happened before, especially against some of these other GM Terran players in Brazil. Players like Yan, players like INexorable, they both come to mind. But Yen is not in this week's tournament, and INexorable is on the other side of the bracket. So Kamikaze, he is avoiding those other top Terrans. And we'll see how he compares to Purple. Now there's that factory follow-up. Likewise, Purple, I've been focusing a lot on Kamikaze's opener. Purple, likewise, double gas into a faster factory. Delayed CC from our Purple Terran player. Now we can settle in. Here we go. I'm cheering for Purple because his name gives me pleasure. Let's go. Let's go. Beautiful. As Reapers, they do engage Purple. Gets the better of Kamikaze there. Gets an extra shot off. Gets the shots. Gets the KDA charge. We'll back off from here. We'll back off. Players are going to be settling in. Tech lab on the factory. Ooh, double Reaper there. They bust into the main. They bust into the main base. Marine goes down. SCV as well. Nice delay here on the starport. Kamikaze pulls out, but not a bad start. Interesting. Purple going to be staying on one base. I just assumed that he had expanded. Kamikaze as well. He does check. Does check. Does confirm. No expansion for Purple. Purple one base all in. He's going for a one base all in. Fast tank production, I would imagine, into either Vikings or Medivacs for a move out across the map. Back at home, Kamikaze, he's now aware he did scout, and he is getting ready. Taking his natural. Getting to his own tank production. It is going to be Vikings here from Purple. Makes sense, just so we can gain air control, support his army, and commit across the map. As he moves out, the Reapers, they do confirm. They spot the move out. Spot the move outs. Nice control there by Kamikaze. Does get away with those two Reapers. And Purple, it's all or nothing for Purple. Bunker is done. The tank is getting set up. Of course, Kamikaze has the high ground advantage. Likewise, Kamikaze going for a second starport to try to gain air control. Going Mass Viking. So Kamikaze eventually can outproduce the Viking count of Purple, but not yet. Still gearing up. Of course, tanks, they can shoot further they can see. That's why it's so important to gain air control. It's all about those Vikings. Likewise, second starport also on the way for Purple, but it is far later than that of Kamikaze. So be poking. Kamikaze shoots first. He does shoot first. He will win the battle in the air. Gets an extra shot as well. Vikings being forced back. Reapers into the main. Not much to defend. The boys are being pulled. And Purple's getting pulled apart. Gonna be 2, 3, soon to be 4 SCV kills. Ay. Another Viking goes down. And Kamikaze, he's looking quite comfortable here. Maintains that air superiority. Takes down the final Viking. Tanks are slowly gaining ground. Reapers are still active. They've got 8 SCVs already, and they're crippling the economy here. Ay. And these two Reapers may just end the game. Unironically, they might just end the game here and now, as they get 11 SCVs, 12 SCV kills. And Purple, he has no pushing power. He has no pushing power here. He still bleeds out more Vikings. Did not finish that second starport. He has no economy. Down to 13 SCVs, down to 12 SCVs. As the final Reaper finally goes down. And Purple, he backs off. I mean, he can't really do anything here. And momentum is quickly swung in favor of Kamikaze. Again, the longer this goes on, the better it is for the blue Terran. He's up in economy, up in bases, up in army. Oh, the lock-on is brutal, and he gets another tank. Another tank goes down. The Vikings land. And there's almost nothing left. Almost nothing left here for Purple. Down to 2 tanks. Nice tank blows going up. Ooh. Punishing Kamikaze. Likewise, Kamikaze lost 2 Vikings in the process. Down to 1. Tank's getting within range. Take down a depot. The racks as well. Yeah, production's under fire. The starport under fire as well. Now Purple, he is building up a decent Viking count, but again, he's still just being overwhelmed. As Kamikaze, he's just saturating his bases, getting his natural up and running. The racks burns down. And Vikings, they do a surprising amount of damage here. They're shutting down the buildings. Tanks, they move forward. A bold move of the Liberator. Very bold move. Vikings, they bust into the mineral line. 6 more CVs. Purple back down to 13 workers once again. Not even a one-base economy. And Kamikaze just has to play it safe. Just has to play it safe. Behind this, he's going for a 3rd starport. Getting his 3rd base up and running. Moving to secure himself. Oh my god. As he does pick up another tank. Kamikaze slowly edging forward, pushing within tank range. Vikings, they land, and Kamikaze gets a full surround. He gets a full surround, cleans up the army. GG gets called. And the Kamikaze will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the semi-finals. GG. GG, well played. He will take the series, will advance on, but a shout out to Purple for forcing the ace match. Again, Kamikaze, he was overconfident, and he did, as a result, off race as Protoss. We even saw him almost lose game 1, but did force the ace match. Kamikaze forced to play his main race instead, and with his main race, was looking much more dominant here, much more in control for the most part, was able to scout, confirm the one base all in, and shut it down. Very well done. Very well done here by Kamikaze. Shout out to Purple, though, of course, for making a series out of this, and that leads us into the bracket. Exclamation mark B. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look back at yourselves. The bracket is live, the bracket is stacked, and we have plenty of updates here to go over. We have our next series as well. It is going to be a ZVT, sorry, I said semifinals earlier. My mistake. My apologies. This was a round of 16 match, and up next we have the quarterfinals. It's going to be Kamikaze versus Sleepy, aka Dorminoko, in a Zerg versus Terran matchup. The GMs, they're now facing off against each other. It's going to be a spicy series, a spicy matchup. I look forward to it. I do look forward to it here. Just need a moment to set things up and to message our players. There he is. Beautiful. Until then, though, let's catch up on some of these other series. Now, unfortunately, there were some walkovers at the start of the round, at the start of the tournament. Initially, we were going to be casting Purple versus Tatagiba. Tatagiba is also a GM Zerg player, so ideally, I wanted to follow Tatagiba into Kamikaze, but that was not the case. There was a walkover instead. We had Purple versus Kamikaze instead here in the first round. Likewise, MAsTeR is up against Fate in the round of 16. That's going to be a spicy matchup, so best of luck to Fate, best of luck to MAsTeR. We have Victor up against Vitorino. Victor takes the 2-0, does advance on into the quarterfinals. Scrolling down a little bit further, we have Erik. Erik is up against Antonio in the next round. Also, we just got an update. MAsTeR takes down Fate. MAsTeR is favored to make it all the way to the finals. MAsTeR is the best Protoss in all of Latino America, so there's a lot of hype around MAsTeR. Best of luck to everyone up here in the upper half of the bracket facing off against MAsTeR. Scrolling down, we have Erik. He's up against Antonio in the round of 16 when he goes up against Kid B in the next round. Scrolling down, we have INexorable versus his opponent, INexorable versus Kurobu, and Allison is waiting for the winner of INexorable and Kurobu. Amongst all these players here, INexorable is the strongest Terran in Brazil. Erik is the strongest Zerg player in Brazil as well. So we do expect to see Erik versus INexorable have a rematch. Last week, INexorable did actually cause an upset and did bring Erik down. It was a very surprising result, and unfortunately I wasn't there to cast it. Unfortunately, I was otherwise unavailable that day. We were busy casting a Lima League, if you remember. So it feels bad, man. This time I'm here for it. This time I should be here for the rematch, assuming that INexorable makes it through Allison. Allison is another GM Protoss player. Allison can bring INexorable down, but Allison is very cheesy. Very cheesy. I expect that to be a short series if they do face off. Best of luck to Kurobu in the round of 16. Best of luck. So again, the tournament is getting underway. We are going to be focusing on CranKy versus Sleepy versus Dominoko. That is our next match. That is where we are headed. Here we go. So now we are going to be jumping in. Do you have our next series ahead of us? Let's go. Let us go. Okay, vetoes are done, and we are going to be jumping into our next match. It's going to be a best of 3 here between CranKy and Dominoko. Oh, game 1 is going to be on Ley Lines. Let us go. Meanwhile, shout out to Cosmos. I believe Cosmos is going to be covering INexorable versus Allison. As we just got an update, INexorable takes down Kurobu 2-0, and INexorable is up against Allison in the next round. Again, these are, I mean, I don't blame Cosmos for switching over, but I expect that to be a shorter series. Do expect a shorter series there, so we're going to be embracing the ZVT for now. Are going to be embracing it. Let's go. I'm ready for the mech. Oh, oh no. I see Kurobu in the chat. It's all good. It's all good. I mean, again, INexorable, he's one of the favorites to make a deep run in the tournament. So no shame. No shame. No shame. Oh. As I should also fix up that race icon as well. And here we go, spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ley Lines. We have the Brazilian Terran player, the blue Terran representing Ximius Gaming. It is CranKy. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent going for an early Yask. Oh my god, okay, going for a 15 hatch. We have our Brazilian Zerg, also for Ximius Gaming. It is Dominoko. Here we go. And if you're in the chat, predictions are open. Play show bets on who you think will take the series. Personally, I do give the edge to Dominoko, but I do think it's going to be a close one. Again, we are entering kind of the phase of the tournament where we have our GM players up against each other, and this can go either way. This can also go to the ace bench as well. We can see CranKy setting up the low ground. Looks like a 2x Reaper opener out of CranKy. Meanwhile, Dominoko going for a hatch gas pool opener, I would imagine. Here we go. Here we go. Yep, as there we go. It is going to be 2x Reaper here out of CranKy. A much more aggressive start from our Brazilian Terran player. Meanwhile, Dominoko back at home going, yep, hatch gas full. Standard opener going for the slightly earlier hatchery, of course, just to be a little bit more efficient. And with that, it's going to come down to the control of the micro, the setup here between our two players. We'll see. We'll see if Dominoko can keep up with the Reaper harass of CranKy. Now, when it comes to these Reapers, the goal here, this is not an all-in, we should be expanding behind this, but the goal here is to delay the third. That's the goal, to delay the third base for as long as possible, and to potentially pick off a worker here or there, trade against the army, but that shouldn't really be happening. Again, just the main big goal is to delay the third. Delay the third and disrupt the economy of the Zerg player. These Reapers are on the way. Likewise, Dominoko is going for that third expansion. Overlord does confirm the 2x setup, does confirm the 2x Reaper. Despite that, Dominoko is still going for the third. Bold move. Is still going for it. And we'll see if he can maintain himself. As he's going to be moving out. Reapers, they hit the natural. Oh, and the first drone is under fire. The spore is missed. One drone goes down already. Yeah, brutal pick off. Again, the power of the first Reaper. Second Reaper's on the way. Does meet up with the first. The queens can maintain themselves. Link speed is on the way. Dominoko staying in gas. Does keep one in. Building up. Third CC's on the way. Hatchery taking a lot of hits, taking a lot of damage. Once Link speed finishes, then Dominoko, he can shut down these Reapers, but until then, the Reapers, they are getting damage here on the Hatchery. It's getting low. Dominoko, he moves out. Oh. He's trying to, and he will deflect for now, but yeah, the Hatchery, it's so low, and forcing a cancel this close to it finishing is brutal. And this is why I mentioned before that typically the goal here is to delay the third, and he might even just get a kill. Link speed kicks in. Oh my god. Link speed is on. The Hatchery is barely saved. No transfuse. He injects. He spreads creep. No transfuse available. Lings are trying to collapse on the army. Oh, he almost gets us around. The Jukes. The Jukes pop off, and the Reapers, they will escape. One Reaper goes down. Just the one. But Dominoko, he barely holds on to the expansion. Just barely. If this was killed or if this was cancelled, that would have been a brutal loss and Dominoko would have fallen behind. But he's maintaining himself. He's holding on. He's maintaining himself. Likewise, across the map, Kamikaze, his third CC is done. Getting into his own 2-1-1. Reapers, they dive back in. They do snipe a creep tumor. Tumor is down. Dominoko rushing into a fast lair. I mentioned earlier I did bring attention to the gas mining that was going on here from the Zerg player, and to head into this early of a lair here does feel quite odd. This could lead into like a Link Queen Nidus all-in. This could lead into 2-base Muta. We can see, yeah, there it is. It's going to be for Roaches. For an early Roach Warren into, I would imagine, early Roach speed. These gases are being taken. Back at home, we do have a 3-1-1 setup. Reapers rotating around. Looking for another way in. Now Kamikaze going to be opening up a Viking first. And Dominoko, he does at least confirm the setup here. He's aware of the 2 axes, so he's aware of the 2-1-1. Likewise, he's aware of the third CC timing as well. Confirms that there's nothing crazy behind this. It is going to be bio play from Kamikaze. I mentioned before that he is known for mech. So it is good that, of course, Dominoko confirms that it is bio. Second overload goes down. 1-1 on the way. Dominoko embracing and committing here into a more heavy Roach army. Lings likewise ready for a counterattack as well. And so far, Dominoko is holding on. This low Hatchery is still, it's making me feel uneasy. The Hatchery, it's so low, Pat. Hopefully we get a transfuse at some point. Hopefully. For everyone's sake. Likewise, we do see Kamikaze being a little bit ambitious here with the Viking. Looking for another Overlord. He's hunting. Likewise, Kamikaze is yet to really move out. He's waiting for his upgrades. 1-1 is about to finish. Stim is done, of course. Oh, the Lings, they are premature. Ideally, you want to wait for the Bio Army to move out before diving in, but the Lings, they reveal themselves, and Dominoko has to back off. Does have to back off, does have to retreat. Alright, I should also emphasize as well what even his name is. I should just fix it on the UI. Yeah, there we go. But Dominoko, that is the Portuguese or the Brazilian equivalent of Sleepy. Sleepy is his, I guess, English name. Dominoko in Brazilian. And acordado is kind of like a play on words. Some of the players do this where it means the opposite. Oh, as the Roaches, they get caught out. Brutal fight here for Dominoko. Bleeds out all of his lings, bleeds out most of his roaches. Yeah, rough start for the Zerg. Bearing in mind that even though the Zerg player is up in army supply, that is inflated supply. It is mainly roach based, roach ravager, so the soup does lie. Soup does lie. Kamikaze sims in. Sims in, takes out more roaches. Dominoko in a bit of trouble. Where are the vials? The tank's still standing strong. The vials are not there. Brutal pickoffs. Roaches go down, ravagers go down. The tank still stands strong. Dominoko trying to overwhelm, but not the most efficient fight here, as he will lose every single roach. Tank finally goes down, but that was not the best trade here. Dominoko losing every single roach, every single ravager. Marines, they stim in, and they can have their way with this army. Finally, reinforcements have arrived. Dominoko, he barely holds on, he barely survives. That was 37 roaches for 14 Marines and 1 tank. That is crazy. 4 ravagers as well. Again, there's a reason why we do emphasize that, like, roach ravager is inflated supply. You can have a massive roach ravager army, it doesn't matter. Like, it's very inefficient. And that's one of the more extreme side of things as well. As Kamikaze did trade very well against the army. Dominoko is trying to hold on, and he's in trouble here. Dominoko is in trouble. Dominoko is down in workers, down in economy, even on bases, or soon to be, I should say, as the 4th base is on the way. And the army just isn't quite there. Has to rebuild his ravagers from scratch. As Kamikaze moves out, Dominoko is moving in. Ideally, he wants to try to force Kamikaze to turn around, to buy time. Kamikaze does turn around. Okay, nice moves here from Dominoko, as long as he doesn't lose the army, though. He dives in. Kamikaze racing back home. SCVs are going to go down, but Dominoko has to get the hell out of here. We see Kamikaze trying to catch him off. Trying to cut him off, even. Dust him in. 6 SCV kills. Marines, they come in from behind. Tank volley is going to be going off as well. Ooh, and he's going to bleed out quite a bit of supply. Whilst they do zone away. Dominoko gets out. Does get out. That was 3 roaches. Only 3 roaches going down. Much, much better move here from Dominoko. Losing the bare minimum. Forces back the army, and he gives himself time to build up more roaches and lings. But I do still give the edge to Kamikaze here. For the first time this game, I believe, Kamikaze is up in army supply. He's up in supply. And that's a terrifying prospect, especially when the Zerg player is playing with Roach Ravager. While they pop off, they take down one of the tanks. Dominoko, he cannot fight this. He knows he has to pull away. He has to pull away. Kamikaze at this point, he can stim and he can win. He can stim, he can win, he can just break on through. There's nothing really to stop him. Oh, some of the vials do connect. Nicely done. The Kamikaze can just snowball from here. Bailey's there waddling in. Vials, ooh, they do connect with the tanks. Tanks did stack up. Nice moment here for Dominoko. It was a nice moment, but the hatchery, it's finally going to go down. The hatchery. It's still standing? No, wait, what? Hatchery barely survives, but I can't say the same for the roaches or the ravagers. Oh, the vials, they connect. Kamikaze taking the vials to the face. Does take them to the face, but he likes it, He likes it as he still breaks on through. Sims on 4, takes on the final ravager. Forced to pick up the hatchery. Somehow it's still alive. This feels illegal. 35 HP. Barely survived. Tank goes down. Dominoko, he's holding, but he's down in supply. Like, he's still falling further behind. Kamikaze still has momentum, still has the edge. Just waiting for reinforcements. Did keep and preserve all his medevacs. He has how many medevacs? 12. 12 medevacs. Crazy. And with this third move out, I'm not so sure if Dominoko can hold on this time. He's got a couple of banelings. They roll in. They don't quite get the connections they're hoping for. Banelings, they get shut down. And this 4th hatchery is under fire. The 4th hatchery is exposed. It's down the low ground. Banelings, they roll in once again, but they crash into mainly Marauder. And hopping up by Kamikaze. And GG gets called. Kamikaze takes game number 1. GG. Does take a lead in the series. Again, just a really rough start for Dominoko to open up, and I mean, he did save his hatchery at least, that is true, but he did fall back onto Roach Ravager. If you remember, the start of the fight was, I want to say, like 10 roaches getting caught in the center of the map. It was just a really rough start to the move outs, and Kamikaze just snowballed from there, just never really allowed Dominoko to recover from losing all those roaches. Yeah, it was just a really brutal start for the Zerg, and with that did snowball in favor of the Terran. And with that, we're getting ready for game number 2. Let's go. Game 2 is going to be on Whispers of Gold. Just catching up. Just catching up here. The rest of the bracket is progressing. Looks like the entirety of the round of 16 has concluded. And now we are getting into... We're getting full force into the quarterfinals. Oh, we are getting some updates here. It looks like Erik has advanced on over Kid B. Erik is in the lower semifinals. MAsTeR takes down Victor 2-0. MAsTER's in the upper semis. And as a result, the winner of this series faces off against MAsTER. Meanwhile, the winner of INexorable and Allison faces off against Erik. Again, I'm hoping to catch those Erik matches, if at all possible, but it depends on how things line up. True. Does depend. Here we go. So again, we're going to be loading into game 2. Whispers of Gold is a much smaller map. Has a shorter rush distance by ground. And the bases are much more exposed as well. So I'm expecting something more aggressive here from our Zerg player. I would not be surprised if he goes for an early pull into an early Roach Warren, but we'll see. See how we do. Follow up the series. Let's go. Let us go. Fun fact, I was planning to maybe have a ladder stream after this cast. But I'm giga tired. So I'm not too sure if the ladder stream is going to be the best choice. Oh my god. Speaking of, I say ladder, I was thinking I was in a ladder game. This is what I mean. I'm out of it, Bobby. I'm out of it. Ay. But here we go. We're getting into game number 2. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Whispers of Gold, we have the Brazilian Terran player, the blue Terran representing CMS Gaming, leading the series 1-0. It is Kamikaze. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the Brazilian Zerg, the red Zerg player for Eximius Gaming. It is Dominoko. I'll fix up his name. Dominoko. Bam. Beautiful. Ah, he's making me sleepy. Ay. Defeat the sleep. You can do it. As for now, we do have hatch first. It's going to be a hatch first opener here out of our Zerg player. Once again, 15 hatch timing. Meanwhile, we have Kamikaze going to be opening up with a standard opener this time. This time, there is no rack set up on the low ground. No 2 racks Reaper. Just a single racks into Expand, I would imagine. So, much more standard opener out of our Terran. Which will mean that our Zerg player should have a much more comfortable start to the game. As a reminder, last game did lose his initial worker. Just the one drone. He's forced to invest into earlier lings. But this time we should be seeing something much more stable. Hash never died. Who was the real winner? True. Ay. Can the hatch... That hatchery survived for so long. It was crazy. Insane. As Kamikaze throws down the love... Oh! The spray on spray action. The love heart followed by the Zergling sign. Let's go. I mean, they are teammates. Bear that in mind. They are teammates. I'm sure they practice together as well quite often. They play together, they compete alongside each other as well. As Reaper dives in, nice sport trick here initially here from Dominoco, but no, the drone! Drone goes down, massive pickup. Once again, one worker will fall. That should not have happened. And that's a good start for the Terran. Had to pick off one worker and retreat. Back at home, factory follow-up. Third base is spotted, is confirmed. Kamikaze is aware. Likewise, Overlord Scout is denied entry into the main. Kamikaze is all over this. Denies the Overlord. Likewise, third CC before starport. Odd location for the third CC, I'm not gonna lie. It's very far back, so it's like a hidden third CC. It does mean that the third base is gonna be delayed. Oh, but that is a second factory. And I mentioned this before. I mentioned this in the previous series, how Kamikaze, he is one to... I mean, I actually mentioned this last game, if you remember. How Kamikaze, he is one to embrace mech more often than not. It was important that Dominoco confirmed that it wasn't mech in the last game, but this time it is going to be mech. It is going to be that factory. It's going to be mech here from Kamikaze. Oh boy, we're going to be embracing, I would imagine, battle mech with the new old Cyclone. Reaper goes down. Reaper does fall, but it's not about the Reaper. Not anymore. It's about the factories, about the Hellions, and the would-be Cyclones. Yeah, third factory is on the way. Dominoco has yet to confirm. Remember, the initial Overlord was denied the scout by the Marines, but I believe there are no Marines here to deny the scouts at the natural, so the Overlord should eventually confirm what's going on. Eventually. Meanwhile, this time, we do see no Roach Warren, Baneley Ness instead. Oh, we're setting up for Ling Bane. Little does Dominoco know, it's not a bio army. It's mech. This is where roaches are necessary. Roaches, they will be necessary here. Blue Flame Hellions, they roast up Ling Bane real quick, real easy. Hellions, they dive into the natural. Head towards... Oh yeah, they head into the third, head towards the natural. Standard layer timing here out of Dominoco. Again, setting up for Ling Bane. Safety starts. He's set up for like a Hellbat all-in or a Hellbat push. Hellions, they threaten a dive. More Hellions building up. Overlord confirms. And now Dominoco knows. He sees all three factories. Blue Flame. I'm going to set the extended alliance. Blue Flame and Macfield accelerators on the way. It's all coming. And we need that Roach Warren. Speaking of, there it is. Roach Warren has been placed. Dominoco needs more time. Hellions are moving out. Blue Flame is almost done. And how many Hellions? 11 Hellions here for Kamikaze. And there's not much to stop him. The Queens, they can do what they can to deflect. But the Hellions are looking for a way, and they're still waiting for Blue Flame. And then he can just run past the Queens. Can attempt to. Plenty of Lings, though. Lings, they do deter. Massive Hellion shot's going to be going off. Oh my god, the Lings, they get roasted. And now they're headed for the Mineral Line, and there's not much to defend. 28 Lings on the way. Eva Chamber does deny, but Hellions, they rotate over. Drones are getting roasted. The boys are being pulled in, and this is becoming far too much. This is becoming brutal damage. 11 drones. He's not done. 11 getting up to 12, getting up to 14. Ooh, 15. 15 drones go down. That's an entire Mineral Line. Brutal losses for Dominoco, and he falls behind. Zurich players now down in workers, down in economy, even on bases, no fourth hatchery. And at this point, Dominoco, he's borderline all in. He runs into more Hellions, into more Cyclones. Bailing's welding into the natural. Dominoco hoping to distract. And Kamikaze, he doesn't notice. Is distracted. Bailing's there waddle in. SCVs, they're bunching up. 7 SCV kills, not bad. Decent damage. Dominoco, he's still behind in economy, but not as much as he once was. This Kamikaze is getting into tank production now. Four more factories on the way. Kamikaze's macro has been slipping. Otherwise, these factories would have been already thrown down, and it'd be a little bit cleaner here. Kamikaze clearly focusing a little on his Hellion run by earlier. Dorminoko still trying to recover. Still droning up, still down in workers. Kamikaze moving out once again, this time with Cyclone, so we can actually trade against roaches. Dorminoko getting supply blocked. 5 overlords on the way. Now is not the time. Kamikaze does poke in, clears up all the creep. Doesn't commit. Doesn't commit yet. Hatchery's under fire. And we do have a bit of a pause here. Hopefully everything's okay. May have microed a little bit too hard and just yanked his mouse out of his PC. More than happy to wait. And as we kind of settle in and take in the game state here, Dorminoko, of course, he is trying to embrace Lingbane Roach Ravager. It's a very mid-game composition, and it can trade well against mech. The problem, though, because of all the drone kills that we've seen throughout this game, Dorminoko, he can't keep up. He's down in supply. And as we mentioned in the previous game, in Game 1, if you're down in army supply with Roach Ravager, then you're in a rough place. You're in a rough place in life. You know, it's already an inefficient army, and likewise, mech can trade well against it. So it's just a really rough state here for Dorminoko. Now, it's not insurmountable. Dorminoko, he can bounce back if he can, for example, catch this army. If he can somehow catch this army, if he can clean up the initial marauding force of Hellion Cyclone, or if Kamikaze's out on the map and we go for another Baneling run-by. Earlier, we had a pretty successful Baneling counterattack. We could see that again. We could see another Baneling run-by, a Ling run-by into a mineral line. While Kamikaze is distracted, there is potential here to bounce back, but the onus is on Dorminoko to do so. The onus is on the Zerg player to pull off a run-by, to pull off a counterattack, to get across the map, to catch the Terran off guard, or to force mistakes. That's kind of where the onus does lie currently. On Dorminoko. As for now, he is double expanding. And we're just waiting for the tech issues to be resolved. All good. I guess we can take this moment to go over the bracket itself. I was mentioning it earlier, but the bracket has been progressing. Here. Again, MAsTeR is waiting for the win of the series, and MAsTeR is the best Protoss in all of Latino America, so MAsTeR, he is favored to even win the entire tournament, or at least make it to the finals. Likewise, Erik is also waiting for INexorable and Allison in the lower semis as well. But it looks like our players are ready. We are jumping back in. Alright, jumping back in. Kamikaze backs off. Looks like the mouse has been plugged in once again. We're good. Kamikaze knocking down those rocks. Getting ready for his own move out. The rocks are destroyed. Kamikaze is rocking up here. Catches out the queens. There's a handful of roaches to defend. But Dorminoko, he doesn't really have much here to work with. Yeah, the Cyclones are going to be snowballing out of control. The base is going to go down. Behind this, no Ravagers, a handful of roaches, a handful of Banelings. But alas, this BattleMech army can kite these Banelings to death. There's no Baneling speed. No speed. Oh, 2 of them will connect though. Not bad. Baneling speed 10 seconds away. Cyclones, they rotate, they get more lock-ons. Baneling speed kicks in. The Hellions are getting caught out. What about the Cyclones though? This Kamikaze kites well. Takes down all the Banelings, and there's almost nothing left. There's almost nothing left here for Dorminoko. He will catch out the tanks at least. I don't know what the tanks are doing here. Tanks randomly moving out, they get caught out. One of them will survive, just barely. And that was the army. That was the entire army of Dorminoko. He's trying to remax, trying to rebuild. He has no time. He has no time. Kamikaze should not back off. He's going in for the kill. Retreats for now, trying to regroup. The tank is going to be targeted. The tank goes down. Banelings morph in. But Kamikaze, again, he has no reason to back off. He can just commit. Banelings doing what they can. They get a Hellbat, but GG gets killed. Again, he gets overwhelmed. Well played. Ay, caramba, papi. He's like, oh, I almost hit with my Banelings. Almost. And GG gets called. Kamikaze will take the 2-0, advancing on to the semifinals. GG. GG, well played. Kamikaze is going to be facing up against MAsTeR in the next round. Best of luck. Best of luck to Kamikaze. MAsTeR has been patiently waiting. Shout out and my condolences to Dominoko. Again, just had a really rough start, both in Game 1 and Game 2. Game 1, his roaches got caught out, and he just, things very quickly snowballed out of control. Game 2, the Hellion Run-By. The Hellion Run-By, if you remember, killed 15 drones. 15 workers. Basically, an entire mineral line went down to the initial Hellion Run-By, and Dominoko never recovered. He never recovered from there. He was just perpetually behind economically in that game, in that series, and was overwhelmed. GG. GG, well played. Kamikaze does advance on, and we are getting ready for our next match, for our next series. We're getting ready here for the lower semis, or for the semifinals, as our players are getting ready. Now, technically, I do have the option. To, as we switch our scenes over to catch up, we do have the option to follow Kamikaze into MAsTeR, and I'm sure that's going to be a very good PvT. I'm sure it is, but we're a little bit biased here, okay? We're a little bit biased on the CranKy Ducklings, and I mentioned before that Erik, in the last Code for Giants Cup, Erik did lose to INexorable. Did lose to him in the semifinals, not even the finals. In the semifinals, Erik got knocked out. We weren't able to cast it. We were otherwise unavailable. We were busy casting Elima League at the time, so we weren't able to cover Erik cover Code for Giants Cup number 16. We are here for number 17, and we are here for our boy Erik, okay? He's a fellow CranKy Duckling. He's one of our own. He's one of the Ducklings, so we're here for him. And this time, I want to be here for a semifinals match. I want to be here for him. I want to be there to cheer him on. Erik. So, best of luck to MAsTeR and Kamikaze. I'm going to be focusing, though, and switching over to wait for Erik's next match. El Kangaroo Pack. Oh, my God. Here we go. So we do have some downtime. Meanwhile, I believe Cosmos is casting INexorable versus Allison. I assume that they were going to be finishing up at around the same time as our match, but I'm curious, as I do slip into Cosmos' stream. They're in the ace match. Oh my God. Allison and INexorable, they're currently in game 3. They're on Ultra Love as well. I did not expect an ace match between those two players. I was favoring INexorable coming into that series, but Allison clearly rocking up and clearly in form. So that could go either way. Again, best of luck to Allison and INexorable. Because they're in the ace match, that means that we won't be able to jump in mid-series. We are more than happy to wait for that series to wrap up before jumping into the semis. More than happy to. Just catching up with that. Catching up. Plays on the acordado. He does. We go. With a name like Kamikaze, I'm disappointed it doesn't go for all-ins. True. Smooch. Smooch, man. But yeah, for now, we're going to be going on a break. We're going to be going on a short break. We're waiting for INexorable and Allison to wrap up their series, and once they are done, we will be following them into Erik's match, into the semifinals, and then the grand finals thereafter. That is the plan. That is the goal. For now, going to be going on a short break, and we'll see you guys after the break for some more StarCraft action. Take this time, take this moment to get some snacks, get some food, hydrate your Hydras, stretch your roaches, massage your Marines, and drain all of your disruptors. We're going to be back soon with some more StarCraft. See you then. See you then. See you then. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the semi-finals of Code for Giants Cup number 17. Hope you enjoyed that lovely brutal OC as we have returned with the semi-finals. We have our fresh series, our fresh best of 3, our ZBT, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have our Zerg player. We have our red Zerg representing the CranKy Ducklings. He's one of our own. He is Erik. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the Brazilian Terran player, the blue Terran representing the Platinum Heroes. It is INexorable. And you know what time it is. If you're in the chat, get your gambler going. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will take the series. Best of luck in the chat, as you can place your bets for the next minute or so. And again, this is going to be a wild one. This is a rematch from last edition's Code for Giants Cup, where they both faced off in the semifinals as well, and INexorable did take it. It was a 2-1, went all the way to the ace match. INexorable did claim the series, but now Erik, he is here ready for his revenge. Let's go, as he's going for a hatch into spawning pool before gas. Interesting. Going for a gasless opener, at least initially here, and we'll see where this does lead us. Most likely into roach play, into delayed link speed, of course, so roaches should be on the horizon here for Erik. We'll see how INexorable does open and how he does respond. So far, so good. As again, we are going to be settling in. It's great to be back once again, though. It's been too long since I've casted Erik Bappy. Been far too long. Far too long. As from here, now going into his gases. Again, these are later gases for Erik, so the chances of him skipping link speed is going to be higher. Not impossible. It's not impossible, though, as again, Erik, he is a bit of a more unorthodox player. He does often come up with his own builds, with his own styles, with his own approach to the game. And often does dictate the meta as well, has done so in the past. Meanwhile, there it is. There is the Roach Warren. As I did mention, because of the delayed gas, did scream Roach play, and it is going to be a Roach-based opener. SCV Scout comes in, and INexorable, he will confirm the gas, the spawning pool, but he doesn't get further back behind the mineral line. The Reaper should confirm instead. As the Reaper dips in, going to be forced back. So far, Erik, he does hold his own. There's no there's no third expansion. That is because, or that is due to the Roach Warren. And we'll see if Erik commits or if he just moves out with a handful of roaches and expands. That is most likely going to be the case here. That is typically how Erik does approach this. There are games where he does go for the all-in, but that is not going to be this game. As we have 3 roaches on the way. Meanwhile, INexorable across the map going for his 3rd TC before Starport. Economic opener here out of our Terran player. And again, it's only 3 roaches. Only 3 roaches moving out across the map. And Erik will expand. So again, just a very light commitment into roaches. Reaper comes in, confirms the Roach Warren. INexorable now more aware of what's going on. He's going to be zoned back. Gets eyes on the saturation. Sees full saturation at the natural. 3rd base is on the way. And here come those roaches back at home. What is there to defend? Not much. There's going to be 2 Hellions just now popping out. And 1 Marine. Roaches, they can hold their own. They can shut down the Marine. The Marine is going to fall. Hellions as well. Ravager does morph in. And this is already getting a lot of damage here. It's going to be 2, 3 SCV kills. Mule goes down. The Marine denied mining here at the natural. Oh, that's going to be a kill, not a cancel on the bunker. And Erik, he's still not done. And remember, behind this, he's expanding and droning. Erik is just happily droning up. Trading well, getting 5 SCVs. He wants one of the Hellions. Oh, gets another worker. A bit of a miss rally there from INexorable. 1 Hellion goes down. Erik, he pulls away, can morph into Ravager, getting another Hellion. This is getting out of hand. This is getting far out of hand here. Takes down another Hellion. And looks like finally INexorable will clean this up. The final Ravager might just barely morph in. It's going to be close. Oh my god, barely gets denied. INexorable does hold. Overlord follow-up does confirm the timing of the 3rd CC and the Banshee production as well. Erik knows. And it's on Erik to prepare back at home. Queens are going to be amassing. Spores are going to be necessary. Or at least an Overseer. There we go. Spores are on the way. And the Banshee gets spotted. The Banshee does move out across the map. She does move out. Erik setting up. Spores delayed though. Yeah, the Spore is late. Thankfully there is no cloak. But the first Queen is going to fall. And massive pickup. Queen goes down. Drone's under fire. Second Queen has arrived. And the Banshee will get a second drone just barely. But the Banshee goes down. That was not worth it. 2 drones for a Banshee. Ay. Better trade for Erik. He holds. He holds. He defends. He takes a worker advantage. A worker lead. Again, just a very successful start. Going for that 3 roach move out. Getting so much done. And now Erik, he can drone. Bailey Nest on the way, so Erik is going to Ling Bane Roach Ravager. Very solid mid-game composition. 4th expansion on the way. And as you did mention, it should be Ling Bane Roach Ravager. Ling speed finally being researched. Again, the roaches were just merely an opener. And now he can spread his wings and embrace a more mid-game army. And INexorable, he has a lot of recovering to do. He's still re-droning, resaturating, getting his 3rd base on location, working towards his eventual bio move out. He's got his 5 Raxes. Stim is about to finish up. And he will soon move out with his medevacs. That's really what he's waiting for. He's waiting for the medevacs. Once they arrive, he can move out. Until then, Erik, he has free reign, and he has gotten up to 3 base saturation. His 4th base is on the way, but no droning yet, no saturation yet here for the Zerg. Scan reveals the Infestation Pit. And Erik has a choice. He can either rush into Hive or get into Infestors beforehand. Infestors, they can be a very nice supportive unit here for Erik. With Fungals, for his Link Bane. It's going to be the Hive. Okay, we're rushing into the Hive. INexorable is moving out. He does have his 2 medevacs. Moving out with just his bio, going for a drop play. Ooh. But Erik, he does meet up. Does keep up with the drops, forcing it back. Diving on the Marines. Marines are falling. Too many Marine losses here for INexorable. Tanks, they do siege up. Erik, he backs up, takes a big shot to the face. We'll lose 1 Roach. 1 Roach goes down. Infestors, they are morphing in. And Fungal is going to be available. That is going to deter any kind of committed move out. Now, as it settles, Erik, he does get up to 4 base saturation. He's got 81 drones now, a very healthy drone count. 5th base is on the way, just for Larva, just for now. 2 tools on the horizon as well, and Erik is, again, quite comfortably embracing a more longer game state. Scan reveals the Hive. From here, Erik can go into Ultras. Especially with these melee upgrades, Ultras would make the most sense, considering there are no range upgrades either. No setup for... I was going to say no setup for Hydra Lurker, but that's a Hydra Den, which means Erik, he is thinking about Lurkers. Never mind. Despite not having the upgrades for it. Fungal coming in. Oh! Does grace the army. No major connection. Does scare INexorable. INexorable does have a terrifying army, though. He's pushing in. Fungal will connect. Here come the Miles. Oh, the Miles, they crash in. Ooh, Baileys, they don't trade well, though. The tanks, they hold their own, and the Infestors go down, and Erik is in trouble. And before he can embrace Hive Tech, he's in a lot of trouble here. He has to fall back, and INexorable is coming in for the kill. Going straight for the third, straight for the third. Despite the good stuff from Erik, he is barely holding on. Tanks are sieging up, forcing friendly fire. Miles, they take down one of the tanks, but the Marines, they overwhelm. Ooh, not enough Banelings. The Marines, they break through, and Erik, he has nothing left. Yeah, Erik, he has been broken. Again, he had a good economy, but he just had a really rough fight, really rough engage. Bled out far too much and did maybe take up too quickly. As Erik was lacking an army, the base is going to fall. The mineral line as well. And INexorable, he's snowballing out of control. He's just snowballing out of control from this point forward. 20 drone kills, hatchery. Erik going for a desperation move, going for a big link counterattack. He needs to get some kind of counter damage. He gets a handful of SCVs, but only a handful. Yeah, 3 SCV kills, that is not good enough. Drop into the main. Vipers, they can shut down the drops. Bailey's connect. Not bad. Erik, he's barely holding on, but he's already lost so much. As INexorable turns back around. Erik may have to chase this, but there's just too much on the ground. INexorable, he maintains that supply lead. He has a massive worker advantage. The pressure's on Erik. Checking the 4CC. Erik, he hasn't confirmed it. Planetary isn't done yet, so we can get some SCVs. Likewise, diving on top of those Marines. Very nice catch. Gets the Marines down the tank. Tank goes down as well. Bailey's roll in. Oh my god, the target firing though was brutal. Erik, he barely wins the fight. 4 SCV kills across the map. The planetary is now done. And Erik, he's going straight for the natural. He wants the tank. He wants it. Barely does get it. Tank goes down again. These are just desperation moves out of Erik, but he has to. Goes to the power bombs. Nice splits by INexorable. Yeah, boys are being pulled. Hydra's trickling in. But Erik, he doesn't have enough. Does take down 11 SCVs though. Erik is still in this. Morphing in more Banelings. Again, Erik, he's desperate, papi. He's pulling it off. Getting a lot of damage. Morlings building up. Now that the planetary is done, Erik, he can't really touch that base. But he can try to get on top of that tank once again. He can, and he will. Another tank goes down. And INexorable, he doesn't really have a backbone to the army. Yeah, purely Marines and Marauders. Erik, he pulls away, doesn't push up the ramp. Going for the mineral line, and he will get it. Oh, the SCVs! Well, they do pull away. Bailings are not wasted on the SCVs. Some of them do. 17 SCVs go down. Erik, he's clawing his way back into this. Let's go. He's still in this. Takes down 17 SCVs, denies the third base. Erik takes a worker lead for the first time in a long time. He's up in workers, up in supply. Very impressive here, Erik. He was at death's door, 100%. Things were looking bleak for Erik. After joining up to 81, taking in towards lurkers. He was caught with his pants down, but Bappy, he was never wearing any pants. He's crazy. Lurkers are morphing in, 9 lurkers at a time. And with lurkers, that means Erik, he can actually push in towards the planetary. Planetary is now vulnerable. Erik, he rotates. INexorable, he's ready at the 3rd, not at the 4th. And the lurkers, they are rolling in. And they sneak up on the expansion. CC goes down, planetary goes down. A couple of bailings were wasted on the planetary itself. And INexorable is not ready for lurkers. He has no ghosts. He has no ghosts. It's just Marine Marauder tank. INexorable is being outscaled. Erik rotating over. The Vipers are getting caught out. One Viper does fall, but what about the base? What about the expansion? Lurkers, they burrow in. Erik, he engages. Oh, no blinding cloud. Lurkers are trading well for themselves. The other lurkers getting in position. Spine just going up, and Erik, he does maintain himself. He does hold. Has control of the ramp. Takes down 16 SCVs. And he's pushing in. Bold move out of Erik. He doesn't really have much support, though. Yeah, the spread is a little bit too good. Erik leading out most of those lurkers, but GG gets called is still good enough, and Erik, he will take game number 1. Whew. GG. That was crazy. That was an intense game back. GG, well played. Very back and forth again. INexorable did have a lead. He was up 20 SCVs. He was up on bases. He had a massive army. But Erik, time and time again, if you notice, he was sniping tanks. He was sniping tank after tank, picking off Marines here and there. He was able to just chip away at the army over time and eventually overwhelm. Oh my god. It's crazy. Sniping tanks, sniping Marines, getting into mineral lines. And despite Erik being behind, he clawed his way back in. Eventually got into the lurkers. GG. GG, well played. Whew. Again, never count Erik out. Now we're getting into game number 2. That was close, though. It was very close. Very close, Pappy. So here we go. So you can hear the beeps, and the next game is going to be on a much larger map. We're going to be loading into Abyssal Reef. Here we go. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Abyssal Reef, we have the Brazilian Terran player, the Red Terran, representing the Platinum Heroes down in the series. But again, that was a very close game 1. Could have gone either way. It is INexorable. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the Brazilian Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing the CranKy Ducklings. He's one of our own. What does he stand for? He stands for endurance, righteousness, intellect, and kangaroo. It is Erik. The F in Erik stands for fear, Bappy. Let's go. As INexorable, he's had enough. That's not just one SCV, that is 2 SCVs. He's going for a proxy 2 racks. Let's go. Raxes are being placed. You can see Erik, he's scouting for a proxy. He does move out through the center of the map, but he doesn't quite check the left-hand side. So Erik is in the dark. Raxes are on the way. Only 2. So not the most committed proxy. So it should be proxy 2 Rax Marine with bunkers, and the goal here would be to take control of the natural. And Erik, he doesn't turn around with the Overlord. Doesn't turn around. Second Overlord is coming in. I mean, of course, he wouldn't turn around with the first Overlord. Second Overlord is coming in, and this Overlord should be parked here at the natural, which means Erik will get eyes on the SCVs as they come in to throw down the bunkers. So Erik, he should scout the bunkers. Once he sees them, he can pull the boys. He can pull the boys, he can try to fight for control of the bunkers, he can try and deny them, and defend from there. We'll see if he can. See if he can. So again, my apologies. I thought this first Overlord was the second one. But he will get eyes on the Marines, the SCVs, he now knows. Bunkers are on the way. I mean, of course he knows. Hatchery is now done. And the boys are being pulled. And again, the goal here is to either, one, surround the Marines and deny them, or surround the SCVs and deny the bunkers. And so far, the bunker gets cancelled. Oh, it's a rough start here for INexorable. Bunker being thrown down behind this. Queens are on the way. As the Queens pop out, that's going to be a hold. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, as the Queens have arrived, Lings are amassing. Bunker's almost done. And Erik, he has to commit. More boys being pulled. Bunker should be denied. Yeah, the SCV goes down. There's one SCV left. And with two Queens, Erik holds. Erik, he holds on. He should have forced a cancel, and Erik is in a very strong position. He has his two bases. Now he can join up. Now he can saturate his gases. This initial build from INexorable had to do more damage. It wasn't necessarily designed to kill, don't get me wrong. Like, 2x Marine doesn't usually kill the Zerg player, but usually does at least trade and takes down drones. You can see here not a single worker has gone down. Only 2 Lings. That's crazy. 2 Lings for 2 Marines and 2 SCVs. And with that, Erik, he defends, he holds, he's in a beautiful position, and INexorable now is transitioning. He's transitioning back at home. CC on the low ground, Factory on the high ground. He's trying to macro out of this, but alas, the pressure is now on the Terran to bounce back. The Terran is behind. Third hatchery now on the way. Erik building up. Is building up. We have link speed on the way. Just saw in the chat. Erik, he's in dark. Ah, no. Not like this. You're an animal. You're all animals. That's what you said, Lynn. So far, Erik just spreading his creep, maintaining his bases, getting his third. Likewise, INexorable double expanding, going for his third CC in the main. Third CC into a 3-1-1 setup. That is 2 more Raxes on the way, not a starport. So INexorable is going for a very delayed starport here, focusing on building up his Marines, getting into stim, trying to catch up. This does mean, though, that INexorable is stuck at home. He's going to be stuck at home for the near future. And Erik, he has plenty of time to drone. He has plenty of time to just drone up to macro, to saturate. Gases are being taken. Roach Warren's almost done. I mean, it's Erik, so again, he likes his roaches. Is investing into link speed, so it looks like Roach is going to be more of a supportive unit here for Erik. Hellions, they poke in. Force back. William gets across the map. The lair was actually started very quickly for Erik. It is scanned. INexorable does confirm. Erik is taking his gases, getting into Evo chambers. Roaches are amassing, still joining up and saturating his third. And it's going to be all about this stim timing. Stim is halfway done. So the medevacs. Once the medevacs arrive, once stim is done, INexorable can move out. He will soon move out, and we'll see how much damage he can get done. It's going to be all on Erik to survive. Now, we can see here that Erik, he is investing into plus on melee, not plus on range. So, once again, as we did mention, these roaches are more supportive more than anything. I imagine they're all going to be morphed into Ravager, so it's going to be Lingbane Ravager for Erik. And we'll see if he can maintain himself. So far, he's droned up well. We should be seeing a 4th expansion soon for Larva. And here comes the move out. INexorable does boost across the map. Third base on location. Splitting up his bio. Erik once again rushing into the infestation pit. Now, I imagine once again this should be for a safety infestors. But we'll see if Erik does cut more corners. You could argue that he can because of the lead that he has, but it's risky. It is risky here. As INexorable's being active. Erik's trying to keep up. Baneling Nest on the way. Remember, the Baneling Nest was delayed in favor of the Roaches. The Roaches, they do shut down the drop. They force it back. INexorable forced away. Erik, he's rushing into the hive. No investors. Just rushing into the hive instead. Clearing up those rooks. Getting that fourth. And should soon be focusing on that Ling Bane. He's getting there. Sending back the army. So far has gotten away without the infestors. I mean, thankfully there was no dedicated move out from INexorable, just drop play. Oh, and Erik is keeping up. And picks off 2 more Marines. Marine count is getting low. Here we go. Here come those infestors, 2 of them. So if INexorable does move out, so there are going to be 2 fungals available. Erik is gearing up. Ling production has now begun. Erik, he's on 3 base saturation. 68 drones, all 6 gases. Taking a 7th gas as well. And yeah, here come the Ravagers and Banelings. Now he's refining his army. He deflected the drops, and now he's looking to max out. Now, last game, this did lead into 2-2 and Hydra into Lurker. True. Did lead into Lurker tech. I should also emphasize that here on Abyssal Reef, it is far easier to defend and secure yourself on 4 and 5 bases. See if INexorable can get there. I'll pick up. Does avoid the Banelings. Vipers are now on the way. 3 Vipers for Erik. There's that Hydra and same build. Same build here from Erik. Going initially into Infestors, then into Hydras, then we'll transition into Hydra Lurker tech. He's getting there. Is almost there. Meanwhile, INexorable has been keeping his main army back at home. He's been only moving out with drop play. And he's been okay when it comes to his drops. Hasn't lost too much. But he also hasn't achieved too much either. So far, Erik is keeping up. Marines, they throw this in. Nice target firing. They get 1 Baneling. One Baneling goes down. 4th base getting up and running for INexorable. Morphing in that Planetary. Planetary's on the way. Nidus Worm for Erik. Taking into Lurkers. As Erik is maxed. Oh. The Miles! No! Oh my god. 2 Medivacs get sniped. Aye, aye, aye. INexorable, inattentive. Cole with his pants down. And Erik, he's pulling the trigger. Again, he's maxed out. He's going for the dive. Catches out the Marines. INexorable coming in from behind. Has his own drop. Gets spotted by Erik. Erik, he races back home. Oh, lands a fungal. Oh, the chain fungal even. Marines get shut down. Scan into the main reveals the tech of choice. The Vipers, the Hive, Lurkers, and Hydras. Tech is confirmed, but doesn't matter. Erik going for a run right towards the 3rd base. But so far, this is what we spoke about. This setup here is so defendable. INexorable, he's secure on 4 bases. I mean, he's fully walled up. Tanks, Liberators as well. And INexorable should soon be able to expand and take the 5th. I mean, this is the big feature of this map of Abyssal Reef. It is very difficult to break a turtling Terran player like this. Not impossible, though. That's what the Vipers are for. There might be these entrenched siege lines with the Vipers. They can make short work of that with abductions or with Blinding Cloud. Can go for either. Erik needs to trade, though. INexorable is almost maxed. INexorable is catching up. Erik moving in. Goes to the Blinding Clouds. He gets 1, he gets 2. Does cover the planetary. Planetary does fall. Not a bad pickup. Brings down the base, but Erik, he doesn't get the workers. And the 4th base is being replaced. Erik behind this, he backs off. He's going to be building up his lurker counts. Overseers are denied. And remember, the kill move for Erik is going to be the Nidus Worm into the main. Speaking of, the Nidus is done. Roach is going to be filing in. Interesting. Roach is in the Nidus. Ghost, they get eyes on the Overseer. Again, INexorable, he knows that the one thing that he's vulnerable to is Nidus play. Like, this 4th base is not going to be broken anytime soon. Like, again, we have Liberation, we have SimCity, turrets, planetaries, tanks. Like, this location, it's going to be so difficult to break. Nidus Worm could catch him off guard. So, INexorable is trying to be aware of that. Yoink's coming in on the tanks, on the Liberators as well. Oh, but Liberators, one of them does go down. Nice snipe here on the Viper. One Viper falls. Meanwhile, the Lurkers, they do outrange the tanks. 11 SCVs go down. The Vials! Oh my god. Liberator stack and Erik, very nice control. Takes down the Libs, the tanks, catches the Vials. I should say INexorable catches the Vials. Nice from into the main. INexorable, is he distracted? Ooh, no reaction. No reaction by INexorable. Yeah, the Nidus Worm, it looks like it will finish in the main, and the Roaches will file out. Remember, that's where all the Roaches were. Roaches, they bust into the main base. SCV is going to be falling. Production under fire. Oh, nice snipe on the Vipers. Never mind, Vipers, they barely hold on. They get another tank. Roaches picking up starports in the main, delaying Liberator production. And these Roaches are all going to go down, but remember, Erik, he wants to get rid of them. They're dead supply. They're inefficient supply even, as they snipe a Ghost. The final Roaches go down. And Erik, he reinforces with purely Lingbane Hydra. No more Roaches. And the time for Roach has come and gone. Do you see INexorable going for some Ghost Harass? Liberator as well. Erik, he does rotate. This time there's no planetary. Ah, but there's that low ground expansion. Bailings are heading on over. They're going for the planetary itself. They will barely bring it down. Ooh, just barely. Planetary falls. Fungal on the Ghost. Ghost goes down. Nice pickoffs. Very clutch Fungal. Roach Hydra rotating over towards the low ground. And INexorable has been broken. The supplies are still very close. But the bases are going down. Erik rotating over. Going for another Yoink. Gets another 2 tanks. And what's that final tank? Does get one more. A massive, oh my, the Fungals! Fungals, they connect. Alas, it's barely not enough of a ground army though. Yeah, Erik is being overwhelmed. He has to get the hell out of here. Has to pull out, has to pull away. Did stick around too long. Erik needs a moment here to remax. 44 Lings in production, burning through most of his gas. Sorry, most of his larvae, I should say. He dives in, takes down the CC. He's holding on to that Fungal. Oh! Doesn't quite connect. Nice moves out of INexorable. He pulls away in time. And again, Erik, he doesn't have to commit. He just killed 2 bases. He just denied the 5th and the 4th. INexorable floating over, attempting to re-expand. Likewise, Erik doesn't have the largest drone count either, but rebuilding more Lurkers, Ling Hydra, Viper. Again, INexorable is still holding on. Double expanding. Once again, Erik abusing this location, abusing the 5th base. Lurker shots going up. Nidus worm into the main. The Nidus is gonna finish. That should not have happened. The Lurkers, they just file in. And we're going for the kill move. Lurkers, they bust into the main. Likewise, Ling Hydra towards the fourth. Diving on the army. Liberator goes down. Tank as well. Not the cleanest trade here from Erik. But he should reset the tank count. And GG gets called. Erik, he will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. Whew. GG, well played. A very nice early game defense out of Erik. He shut down the initial proxy 2 racks. Likewise, in the mid game was able to embrace, or really able to settle in, able to keep up with all the drop play of his opponent with mainly roaches, and it was able to get away with taking up so quickly into Hive Tech, into Vipers, into eventually Lurkers as well. And again, it was on Erik to try to pull his opponent apart, was able to get the Lurkers in position behind the mineral line, and Nidus runs multiple times into the main with roaches, with Lurkers as well towards the end. Just pulling INexorable apart, and in the end, did take it. GG. GG, well played. Erik, he will claim the series, and Erik will advance on to the grand finals, where he has his opponents ready and waiting. Ooh, it's going to be a best of 5 between Erik and MAsTeR. It's what we expected, in a way. Like, INexorable did defeat Erik last time in Code for Giants Cup 16, but Erik, he gets his revenge, and MAsTeR is a worthy opponent. MAsTeR is the best Protoss player in all of Latino America. And we have seen MAsTeR defeat Erik before. So I feel like this is going to be a close one. It's going to be a clutch one as well. Best of luck to both Erik and MAsTeR as we get ready for the finals. GG. GG, well played. Again, a very intense ZVT between Erik and INexorable. Again, really interesting play as well from Erik, going for the same style 2 games in a row. Very interesting. It's very methodical as well. You know, Erik, he always only gets 2 Infestors initially after the Hive. He always, once the Hive is done, goes into 3 Vipers as well. Like, it's very clinical, very methodical with how he does approach things. And he does approach things his own way as well. Does it his own way. For now, though, we're going to be going on a short break. Vetoes are underway, so the players, they need time. They need time to conduct their vetoes, and once they're done, we'll be jumping into the final series of the morning. Into that best of 5. We'll see you guys after the break. See you soon, Bobby. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the grand finals of Code for Giants Cup number 17. It has been an intense event. We've had some ups, we've had some downs, and now we are down to only 2 players remaining. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of ley lines, we have the Brazilian Protoss player, the red Protoss representing Team Hellfire. It is MAsTeR. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponents going, oh my god, going for a gas first opener, let's go! And a 14 pool as a follow-up, we have the blue Zerg player from Brazil representing the CranKy Ducklings. He's one of our own, he is Erik. And if you're in the chat, get your gamba going. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will take the series. Best of luck in the chat as we do embrace game number 1. Again, Erik, he is a very unorthodox player. We saw last game, or last series against INexorable in his EVT, Erik was going for a more mid to late game play. Here against Protoss, though, Erik is much more aggressive. Early pool, early gas. I should say it was a gas pool opener, 14-14, into a delayed expansion with this faster link speed, potentially earlier Roach Warren, but I believe Erik will still be expanding. We're going for a delayed expansion instead. Lings are on the way. 6 Lings going to be on the way here across the map. MAsTeR does confirm. MAsTeR should respond. There we go. Zealot's on the way. He's fully walling up with a gateway with a Cyber Core. Chrono boost on that Zealot as well. MAsTeR is getting ready for the aggression to come. Likewise, I appreciate that because he's familiar with Erik, he is checking for the expansion, making sure that it is going to be delayed. And there we go, he does confirm that Erik is indeed expanding. So again, it is an aggressive start into a macro build. Let's go. Let us go. As Lings move out, but again, only 6 Lings for Erik. Behind this, he is droning. He pulls out a gas, no Banelings, no Roach Warren, pulls out a gas immediately with 100 gas for link speed, and is just fully focused on droning up. And back at home, MAsTeR just has to make sure it doesn't overreact. Only 1 pylon, there's no second pylon, there's no shield battery. He should be expanding, going for the adept behind this. Lings have arrived. Erik poking in. And Erik does confirm that the expansion is on the way. So as it all settles, and as we settle into our game here, Erik is behind economically. True, he is behind in a sense. On the flip side though, MAsTER's expansion is late. It is a delayed expansion because MAsTER did fully wall off with the second gateway, because he did chrono out the Zealot, and of course make the Adept as a follow-up as well. So there were some things here that did delay the expansion of MAsTER as well. All link speed is done. Remember, link speed is far faster here. Erik is hunting down the Adept. And he will catch the Adept in the end. Oh my god. Shade will barely complete. Shading into the main, getting a full scout, but will be cleaned up by the Queen. So Erik does hold. And again, this is the benefit of going for an early gas the way that Erik has, is that link speed is done for the first Adept, and you gain map control. And now you can freely drone up, you don't have to worry about defending against Adepts early on, and you can saturate. Third base now going to be on the way. MAsTER does open up with a Stargate, going for a more standard opener, going for the Oracle. Oracle is on the way. Likewise, Erik taking a third. And we'll see what MAsTER can get done. Yeah, Erik's not out of the woods yet. Erik, he may be denying Adept harass. I mean, at least so far, we have more Adepts on the way. Getting up to 3. But what about the Oracle harass? That's the next step. We have 2 Queens at the natural. We have 1 Queen in the main. The Queen count is very low. Very low Queen count for Erik. Which means these Oracles have potential. Have potential. The first Oracle does move out across the map. Second Oracle's on the way. Adepts, they stick around. They stay back home to expand to take the third. MAsTER playing it safe. Going for the expansion. Oracle moves out. Back at home, Erik, he does have a Spore that's about to finish. 2 Queens as well. Likewise, Spore in the main. Bearing in mind, Spores, they were buffed, in a sense. In the latest patch, they do additional damage. So the Oracles have to respect it. They have to respect the Spores. More so than they used to. As MAsTER is looking for a way in. Erik's still just joining up, going for his Roach Warren. +1 range on the way, so it looks like it's going to be a commitment into Roaches. This can lead into Roach Hydra, into eventually Lurker Tech. Oracles, they hit the third. No Spore. Means they're forced to respond. Double Oracle towards the natural. They get one drone. Just the one. One drone goes down. Likewise, Mastery moves out with his 5 Adepts. I mean, that's quite a heavy Adept count here. And there's not many links to defend. Yeah, there's not many. The transfer at the wrong time. Drone's going to be going down. Oh, a brutal start for Erik. Losing 4 drones already. Losing almost 5. Lings are trying to engage. Getting up to 6 drone kills, 7 drone kills. Nice target firing as 8 workers go down. Erik will defend, but at a cost. At a cost of 8 drones. So nice harass here by MAsTeR, bearing in mind that Adepts, they don't scale well into the mid game, so you want to get rid of them. And Erik is rushing into Hydras. So he has the safety Roach Warren in case he needs it, but he hasn't made any Roaches yet. Oh, there we go, 4 Roaches now on the way. Erik is gearing up towards the mid game. Resaturating his bases. MAsTER, I would say, is in a better economic state, as he's been mining more for longer. But Erik, he comes from behind, gets us around, takes down the shield battery. Not bad. Shield battery is cancelled. Erik slips away. Oh, at least attempts to. I should also bear in mind as well that one of the Oracles did fall to the Queens. And there's only 1 Oracle left. It was just a double Oracle opener, not triple. MAsTER's moving out. A blink is done, so it's +1. Oh, this is a brutal timing. And Erik, is he ready for this? And Erik, he needs more time. Does need a little bit more time. Erik, he tries to bait out the stasis wrap. Unable to. Roaches are falling. Clutch blinks here by the Protoss. Stasis gets triggered. Mastery traded well. Erik is holding. He's holding on. The Hatcher taking a lot of hits though. Once again, Erik clutch moves here, baits up the stasis, but the Stalker count is getting higher and higher. Erik falling behind. More stasis traps, they just continue. Oh, stasis doesn't quite go off, but now the Hydras are exposed. Massive pickoff. What is that? 5 Hydras go down. Lings, they try to engage, but the damage has been done. Erik bleeding out far too much here. Does catch a couple Stalkers towards the end. Takes down the Oracle as well. Finally does bring it down. That's going to be the final stasis here for MAsTER. No more Oracles. Hatchery under fire. Again, Erik is trying to keep up. Leading out a Queen. And Queen goes down. Again, Erik barely holding on. Lings, they go for a counterattack. They get maybe 1 probe. Not even. And MAsTER, he's up on bases. He's on 4 bases. He has a greater economy. 83 probes for MAsTER. He has a booming economy. And the only way for Erik to recover here is either with a Ling run by or by somehow taking up into Lurkers. But he has no Lurker Den. The Hive is on the way. That is true, but Erik, he's treading water more than anything. Trying to hold on, trying to survive. Does catch one of the Stalkers. Poking in. Zealous do hits the 3rd. Queen goes down. Drones as well. These are losses that Erik just cannot afford. But again, he's just barely hanging on with the supply. Lurker Den's on the way. True. And with a handful of Lurkers, Erik, he can stabilize. But he still needs more time. Starter stepping forward. More Zelts towards the third. Erik just doesn't have enough here to hold. Not to defend 2 locations at once. As he responds with most of his army, Stalkers, they dive in, they go for the hatchery. Hatchery goes down. Erik now down to 3 bases. And he's just being pulled apart. It's pulled apart left and right. Just too many losses too early on. For Erik to bleed out the roaches, the hydras. Yeah, just a really crisp move out here from MAsTeR. Likewise, Erik here lost, was it like 7 drones or 8 drones at the start of the game to the initial 5 adept, which is setting behind. MAsTeR can just keep pushing in. MAsTER, he's almost maxed out. Oh my god, the supplies! It's crazy. Snipes a Roach Warren. Roach Warren goes down. Nice kiting here by MAsTER, bleeding out a couple of Stalkers. A decent lunge here from Erik as well. Does punish MAsTER. MAsTER, he bleeds out a lot of supply. Lurkers have arrived. Okay, Erik's all in. Erik, he's completely all in. He's down to 3 bases, he's even got less than 3 base saturation. He's got 48 workers. He's going for a Nidus Worm. Now, if this army can get into the main and get on top of the production, then maybe... Oh god, there's 2 Colossus already. Soon to be 3. No. Not like this. Lurkers are in position. Army blinks in, takes out one of the Lurkers. And MAsTER is rotating. Behind this, Stargate, Fleet Beacon, Sky Toss on the horizon for MAsTER. Nidus Swarm across the map, has potential. But it's going to be laying siege upon the 3rd base, not the main. Because they do the expansion. Likewise, they'll say just right click on top of the base, they're going to get it. Hatchery goes down. Nidus into the main while MAsTER is distracted. Ah, but the Lurkers are getting put out. The force field, oh, the force fields are brutal. Lurkers go down, just 1 Lurker survives. Recall into the main. And the Nidus won't get much done. Erik trying to pull MAsTER apart. Headed for the 3rd. Going for the expansion. And will bring it down. Nexus will fall. Ah, but the Colossus, like, MAsTER, he's had enough. He's had enough defending. It's like, I'm done with your Nidus Worms. He's just moving out across the map. It's time to, hey, move, Pappy. Let's go. 4 Colossi. Ling Hydra is just gonna melt. It just cannot hold its own. Not against this kind of army. It does nothing. Lurkers, they race back. There's 3 observers. Lurkers getting caught out. And from here, MAsTER can overwhelm. He can just force his way through. Abducts one of the Colossi. Doesn't even go down. GG gets called, and MAsTER takes game number 1. GG. Very solid game there out of MAsTER. Again, he didn't overreact and over-respond to the initial gas pool opener. Likewise, very important in the follow-up, as we were mentioning, with the 5 adept harass, he did cripple the economy. Erik, he had to replenish from there. Because of Erik's opener, his economy was already kind of on the ropes, so he just could not afford those losses, and in the end, Erik was overwhelmed. GG, well played. MAsTER takes the lead in the series. And now we're getting ready for game number 2. Now, I want to believe that Erik, he can bring it back here. I'm sure that on some of these other maps, we'll have a different approach. But now we're loading into one of the larger maps in the map pool. Up next, Abyssal Reef. Up next is going to be Abyssal. And it can be very difficult being aggressive early on here on Abyssal Reef, whether it's on 2 or 3 base aggression, 2 or 3 base all-ins. They're typically not too successful on this map. So we'll see. We'll see what Erik's plan is going to be. How he does adjust. Good. As we're getting into game 2, And we'll see if Erik can start the comeback. I want to believe he can. I want to believe he can bring us back. The pressure is on. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Abyssal Reef, we have the Brazilian Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing the CranKy Ducklings. Again, he's one of our own. He's one of the Ducklings. It is Erik. And spawning in the bottom right, and once again going for the 14 gas. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have the Brazilian Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, leading the series 1-0. It is MAsTeR for Team Hellfire. Now once again, 14-14, 14 gas into 14 spawning pool into a delayed expansion. Now what I will say is that Erik, what he does often do with this opener is that he does vary it up. You know, one game he may just open up with 6 lings and then just drone. Another game he'll stay in gas, open up 6 lings, and then go into roaches instead. Now, despite me saying that, I don't think that this is a good map to go into roach aggression. As I was mentioning before, this is one of the larger maps. This is the second largest map in the map pool, second only to Neon Violet Square. The rush distance by ground is very long. Likewise, the natural is very defendable because of this very narrow ramp coming into the natural, so it's very easy to defend and to hold against aggression, hold against all ins. So it looks like Erik should be going for the same opener, in the sense that he's going for early ling speed into a delayed expansion into the mid game. I would imagine that's where Erik is headed. Here we go. Yep, as ling speed is on the way and he pulls out. He pulls out of gas. No roaches. And MAsTeR, he's already faced off against this before, and on a map like Abyssal Reef, he should have a cleaner response as well. Should have a cleaner response for the time being. Natural's on the way. Probe gets shut down. How many lings were made this time? Last game it was 6. This time once again 6. 6 lings. Overlord does confirm the wall. Again, a 2-gate opener at a MAsTeR. Delayed expansion for the 2 gateways. Zell was chronoed out. Adept is on the way. Just a really secure response here by MAsTeR. He should be perfectly fine, perfectly safe back at home. And Erik shouldn't really find any damage. Lings are being active, but there's nothing to really kill. As Erik, he rotates over. Back at home, droning up, investing into ling speed, of course. Hasn't pulled back into gas. Just droning. Oh, yo, shout out. Fala galera. Big shout out in the chat. I would imagine someone working for Code for Giants. So big shout out. Thank you so much. Hi, mate. The name for Code for Giants Cup. Just passing to say thanks for streaming Code for Giants this year and for our partnership this year. Willing to see you with us in 2025. All the best. Gracias. Obrigado. Obrigado. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. For those that are curious, I should also emphasize this as well. Code for Giants is the main sponsor of the event. Cosmos does cast. Cosmos does organize. But Code for Giants are very passionate people out there. They do run their own website. And they do, of course, support and are very fond of StarCraft. So much love. Much love to Code for Giants. Much love. Gracias, papi, gracias. Obrigado. As we're selling it. And Erik going for his third. Going for his third expansion. Still just droning up, saturating his bases. Likewise, MAsTeR back at home, building up his adept counts. I mean, we saw how successful MAsTeR was with his 5 adept move outs, and I was looking to do something similar as well here in game 2. God. As here we go. MAsTeR does expand, takes his third. How many adepts are we on? We're up to 4. So far, MAsTeR just securing his third base. Oracles are moving out. Meanwhile, once again, another roach one here by Erik. Getting to his roaches. MAsTeR, he's being active, looking for a way in, going for a faster Twilight Council this time. No Forge. This screams Glaive Adepts. It could be early Blink just for a safe opener, but I'm leaning towards Glaive Adepts instead. We're waiting for that Gateway Explosion. MAsTeR, he is delaying his Forge in favor of this Twilight Council. And what's it going to be for? Show us the upgrade. Show us what you got. It's going to be Blink. Okay, early Blink here from MAsTeR. So as a result, Blink will finish up in case Erik were to go for something like a 2-base Roach all-in. Then Blink would be done in time to defend. More importantly, because Blink is so fast this game, MAsTeR can be aggressive and active earlier than usual. It can be very active on the map. Meanwhile, here come the first wave of Adepts. 6 Adepts here for MAsTeR. They shade in towards the natural. And Erik's not ready. He's not quite ready for this. He has some Lings, but the Lings, they melt. Lings go down. Drones thereafter. Workers are going to be going down. The boys are going to be being pulled. And this is going to be crucial damage here. 6 drones going down. 8 drones going down. And MAsTeR, he's not done. He's not done. Not yet. As he does target down one more drone towards the end. Oh, does try to. Shades into the main. There we go. He gets 10 drones. 10 workers do fall. And again, MAsTER's not done. It's a 1-2 punch. Up next is going to be the Blink Stalkers. Gateways are on the way. It's going to be 5 more gates behind this. Oh my god. This may just be a 3-base all-in. Yeah, this is looking like a 3-base all-in here by MAsTER. The massive gateway explosion into Blink. Oracles are here. They deny the 4th. 4th base is cancelled. And MAsTER is getting up to 8 gates. 8 gates on 3 bases. No extra gases either. And all that MAsTER is missing is a proxy gate across the map. Speaking of proxy gateway across the map, my eyes are on this probe. Again, this should be a 3-base all-in. The probe is moving out with the army. This is designed to throw in a pylon, a gateway for a 9-gate all-in. MAsTER is expanding and taking a 4th, and is not taking gases. So this is still committed. Sure, there's a 4th base, but I mean that's not stopping MAsTER from just committing across the map. There goes the pylon, into a gateway, into the all-in. Now, because of this, MAsTER, he has no tech behind this. He has no transition into Colossus, into Storm, into Disruptors, into Archons, none of that. Is now throwing down a Robo. This is telling us that MAsTER is transitioning. I mean, it makes sense coinciding with the 4th. He still has plenty of Stalkers available. Here we go, he's pushing in. Now again, MAsTER's tech is delayed in favor of this move out. I have barely any Lings, getting on top of the Hydras. Brutal losses here for Erik. Just trying to hold on. Decent concave, getting on top of the Stalkers. Stasis goes off, cashes out the Roaches. And Erik, he does trade. And Erik, he's barely forcing this back, just barely. Oracles activate their pulsar beams. Stalker's going to be going down. The army blinks on forward. And Erik's being overwhelmed. He's barely being overwhelmed, losing all of his Hydras, losing the Roaches as well. But this was a trade. Looking at the trades here, 15 Stalkers for 12 Hydras and 6 Roaches. Almost a 1-to-1 trade. Almost a 1-to-1 trade here, and Erik, he should be able to barely hold on. It's close. It's very close. Still expensive losses here for Erik, and he can't lose the base. Can't lose the expansion. Here just now engaging with his Lings. Forcing back the army. Stasis goes off. Pylon goes down, but the Hydras are exposed. No! The Hydras are exposed. Oh my god. Once again, Erik barely holding. Lings, they trickle in. Lurker dents on the way. But it looks like the base will fall. The base goes down. Erik is down to 3 bases. Trying to take up into Lurker tech, into Hive. But MAsTER, he's not stopping. He's not slowing down. Now, this isn't the cleanest execution of an 8-gate, like 3 base Blink Stalker all-in. Not the cleanest, but successful enough. Has been successful enough. And now he's taking up. A Bay is on the way. That's going to be for Colossus production. And Colossus are delayed because of the build of choice, but he's getting there. Likewise, gases are now being taken to be able to afford double Robo Colossus production as well. So he is taking up. teching. Approach the gateway, gets shut down. And Erik, he's holding on. He's holding. Trying to reestablish himself. Roaches get caught out. Shaves off a couple of stalkers. It's 3, that's 4 stalkers going down. Very nice damage. Erik started stepping in. Takes down a good chunk of stalkers. Erik is still in this game. Erik, he might be behind in the economy, and the longer this game goes on, the worse it's going to be for Erik, but he's holding on. Chasing down more stalkers. Well, a lot of stalkers are going down here. MAsTeR did miss the blink. Oh my god, they missed rally. MAsTeR rallying into Erik. Erik takes the supply lead. Knocking down the rocks. MAsTER's in trouble. Is in trouble. Erik going for the Spire. Bold move. Okay. Spire is on the way. Erik getting ready for mutas, I would imagine. Or maybe just having it in case Skytoss were to be on the horizon. To have some kind of answer for it. She understands the Giga Depths. Ah, true. I mean, they popped up. And that led into this game state. So the lurker count is building up. Erik is securing himself. If you recall, we did mention this about Abyssal Reef previously, but this map is known for its more defensive features, and Erik, he's holding. He's barely holding on. He's stabilizing. He's getting there. Building up more lurkers. MAsTeR has yet to embrace Skytoss. He's late to do so. I mean, he has no idea that lurkers are have built up to this degree. We'll soon find out. Once he does, we should be seeing the Stargate and the Fleet Beacon. Should be heading there. So I'll say trade against the Lings. Better trade for Erik. MAsTeR rotating around. And he will now come across the lurkers. And now he's aware. Has to make a choice. Looking for another way in. Second robo is almost done. Meanwhile, the prison does slip into the main. Massive warp in goes off. Oh, and it's actually going for the Hydrogen. Okay. Hydrogen does go down. Zell's wreaking havoc. Getting into the Queens, getting into the Hydras. Lurker, sorry, Nightstorm across the map. MAsTER rotates. He does come across the army. Likewise, Zealous. Ah, they're still wreaking havoc. No, they're still not cleaned up. They take down 7 more drones. Nightstorm goes down. Brutal trades. MAsTER does take a lead. Prism goes down, but the main army is still looking terrifying. As the MAsTER is rotating, lurkers are repositioning. As MAsTER is maxed out. Now, you could definitely argue that MAsTER has too many stalkers. He could refine his army with a heavier immortal count, but he wasn't quite going for that. Right clicks on the expansion. This time it shouldn't pay off. Yeah, bold move here by MAsTER. Expansion gets low, but it's still up and running. MAsTER going to be reinforcing. Storm is now done. Now we get the second Stargate and the Fleet Beacon all the way. I do think that this tech is late. This could have been thrown down much earlier for MAsTER. Especially once he sold the line of lurkers. Well, Zealot's catching out more of these roaches. Only one roach will survive. MAsTER rotates. Catching up the army. But both players are maxing out. And despite the rough road to recovery here for Erik, he's stabilized. Well, he is stabilizing. He's getting there. I mean, the power of Abyssal Reef. You can defend, you can survive, you can stabilize. Jesus, that's a lot of lurkers. 23. 23 lurkers for Erik. Is moving out. Does run into the main army. This storm is denied. Nice storm. Storming on the lurkers. Erik pushing in. He's got Vipers. Smite just going off, catching out an Archon. Mortal Crown is quite low. Moving forward. Meanwhile, the army dives in. Nice blinding clouds, though. Oh my god, the army just melts. Yeah, the Stalkers, they get shut down, and Erik, he's going for the kill. He's going here and now, getting into the production. Carrier's going to be denied. The first carrier has arrived, though. But the ground army is just falling. And GG gets called. Erik, he breaks through just barely, and he ties it up 1-1. We're going to game 3. Whew. GG. Very clutch move here by Erik. Again, it was a very rough game for him. He was behind. He was down in workers, down in economy. But he was trading well against the Stalkers, and he was able to barely hold on enough to build up to 23 lurkers. Then and there, he just went for the kill. He did overwhelm the ground army. Blinding clouds were a big factor in that final fight. And with that, Erik ties us up. Going to game 3. As a reminder, this is a best of 5, so we still have plenty more games ahead of us. But we do at least have a series here. It's not going to be one-sided. It's going to be more back and forth. Whew, let's go. Let us go. And our next game, it's going to be on. We have our map. King's Cove. Ooh, okay. Interesting choice. Abyssal Reef wasn't vetoed. King's Cove wasn't vetoed. What was vetoed? I would imagine Neo Violet Square. I would imagine. Players are getting ready here for game number 3. And again, MAsTeR, when it came to his blink control, unfortunately, he was lacking a little bit there in that department. He was bleeding out a lot of Stalkers. Likewise, as we did mention at the time, MAsTeR did take a little bit too late into Skytoss. That could have been an earlier decision made from MAsTeR, especially once he had seen and scouted the lurkers, but he did delay that tech. He tried to commit to a ground-based army a little bit further. In the end, wasn't worth it. Was not worth it in the end. He was maxed out, but against 23 lurkers, I mean, there's only so much a ground army can do. And with that, we're getting into game 3. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of King's Cove, we have the Brazilian Protoss player, the blue Protoss. Being forced into a tied-up series, we'll see if we can bring it back. It is MAsTeR. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, once again going for the 14-14, we have the Brazilian Zerg player, the red Zerg, representing the CranKy Ducklings. It is Erik. Here we go. He's one of our own. He's one of our own. There we go. 14-14, 14 gas into the 14 pool. Once again, Erik has done so every game so far in this series. Game so far, and we'll see if Erik does deviate this time a little bit further. Erik is going to be joining up. Erik will soon expand. We'll keep an eye on his gases, but again, he's only got 2 in gas, so I would imagine just going into link speed and pulling out once again. I would imagine. There we go. 6 lings are on the way, and Erik, he pulls out. He does pull out just in time. Link speed is on the way. And Erik will once again expand. And again, this does seem to be Erik's just go-to opener here. The advantages, there are some advantages and disadvantages. One, your economy is going to be delayed, but the plus side of this kind of opener, as we mentioned before, is the fact that you're also delaying your opponent's expansion, you're forcing your opponent to respond, and you're also gaining map control. Because of the fast link speed, it does mean that the early first and second adept don't really have as much of a threatening force anymore, just because of your links or your speed links. So it is just a way to gain map control earlier than usual. And I'm sure Erik is much more comfortable with that kind of game state. Now, as we have seen both in Game 1 and Game 2, and Erik has struggled in both games, this can still lead into a 3-base, like 5 to 6 adept move out, which Erik, time and time again, is being caught with his pants down by. He is never quite ready for it. Hopefully this time he is investing into earlier lings. I mean, investing into lings just in time for that move out would be ideal. We'll see if he can pull that off. See if he can scout the move out ahead of time as well. As we have our tech of choice once again, going to be the Stargate opener. Now, last game it was Stargate into earlier Twilight Council into an early Blink move out with 9 gates. So it's basically like a 9-gate 3-base all-in out of MAsTeR, which didn't quite kill his opponent. Barely not. Barely not as the Stargate is done. First Oracle's on the way. No surprises so far. Going for the initial Oracle. Behind this, Erik taking his third. Moving out with his lings. Hoping to catch out the adepts. The Overlord does get eyes on this, so he should be able to spot the adept shade move out. Once again, Twilight Council. This time, Twilight Council before the 3rd base. Ooh, okay. Much more aggressive this time. Previously, we saw the Twilight Council at the same time as the 3rd. This time, it is earlier. Just like the previous game, I want to say that this should be for Glaive Adepts, but just like the previous game, there is also the option to go for earlier Blink. And that can lead into these, you know, heavy Stalker 3-base all-ins. So we'll see what it's going to be. Is it going to be this time? As lings they poke in. Twilight Council is done. Gateway is going to be on the way. And what's it going to be? Glaive Adepts. Let's go. Oh my god. This is what we assumed it was going to be in game 2. Now we get it in game 3. Early Glaive Adepts here from MAsTeR. He is committed. Now, this is not an all-in. Bear that in mind. It is committed, but it's not an all-in. This is designed to get damage done. And if it does not, Adepts, as you can imagine, they do not scale well into a longer game state. So this is a risky maneuver here by MAsTeR. Erik for now is droning. Safety roach warns on the way. Thankfully, this does give access to early roaches. Only if Erik realizes how much danger he's in. And so far he does not. Erik for the time being. In the dark. Lings, they do get eyes on all the adepts, so that is a tell. As that wasn't just 4, that was 8. 8 adepts is a big tell here. Erik, you should be making roaches. There we go, roach production has begun. He realizes what's going on. He confirms. Now, knowing is half the battle. He might know what's happening, but can he stop it? As adepts are shaded across the map. Lings, they try and hit the 3rd at the same time, trying to force back the army. Oracles race back home, but the adepts do not. Erik gets 2 probes. Does get 2 probe kills. Adepts they threaten the shade. So far, Erik does fully wall off. It's a messy wall, but a wall nonetheless. Adepts they commit. Lings keeping up. Roaches as well. Adepts are making their way into the mineral line. So far, they target down 3 drones. Oh, almost a 4th. Yeah, 4 drone kills. They shade once again towards the natural. Once again, Erik does wall off in time. And Erik is holding. Erik is holding on. To adepts, they can still one-shot workers. There is a spine crawler in position. 5 drone kills. That was for how many? 5 drones for 10 adepts. Oh, not worth it here for MAsTeR. As Erik maintains his economy, getting another expansion, getting a 4th. MAsTeR, he does need to get some counter damage done. Gets 1. Gets 2. Oh my god, gets 4! 5 drones go down, very nice damage. At the same time, Erik is going for a counterattack. Back at home, MAsTeR is somewhat secure. Link isn't done, but he has Stalkers. Likewise, Erik, he does rotate around. Does rotate, which means he's not at home to defend. Has to respond. Does he counterattack or does he race back home? He's counterattacking. He does commit. Surrounds the cannon. He has some reinforcing adepts. Same time, MAsTeR pushing in. Erik, he does defend. He does shut this down. Going for the Stalkers. Not the worst trade here from Erik. Trying to catch him out, but it does overextend. Likewise, across the map, does Erik bring down the 4th? If he can force a cancel, it'll be a huge moment for him. There we go. Gets a Stalker, gets 2. 2 more Stalker kills. Main army is a clash. MAsTeR is breaking through. Erik, he's doing well across the map, but back at home, Erik, he is struggling. Barely holding on. Leading out the roaches across the map. Lings, they come in for the surround. As MAsTER attempts to blink away. Lings, they come in, they collapse in. A nice flank by Erik. He punishes. Oh my god, he punishes it so hard. Takes out most of the Stalkers. A couple of them do get away. Just a handful though. That was not worth it for MAsTER. Bleeding out most of his Stalkers. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, somehow Erik, he finds a way. Still very tense game state though. Still down in probes. Erik needs more. Erik, he needs more damage. He is taking up into lurkers once again. And we saw how effective that can be. You know, Erik's win condition might just be rush into lurkers again. And if MAsTER is late to respond, then he can be overwhelmed for a second time. Can be. MAsTER's being active, does find the Lings. I'll shut most of them down. Erik, he's just buying time, he's just distracting the Stalkers. Warping into the natural. Not bad, getting 6 drones already. Shading into the main, getting a 7th drone. Likewise, Lings, they do hit the natural, the 3rd even, 4th. At the expansion. Oh my god. As the Stalkers, they pop off. Are gonna be cleaned up. You know, the first wave of lurkers have arrived and Erik, he's holding. He's holding back at home, securing his 4th, gearing up more Lings. He's on how many lurkers so far? He's on 7. Not a bad count. Up to 7. This time, immediately Stargate. Immediate Stargate and a Fleet Beacon. Unlike the previous game where it did feel like MAsTER, waited too long. He waited too long to take up. This time, a much more decisive move here by MAsTER. He's taking straight into Sky Toss. You want Erik going for the Night Swarms. Again, Erik, he's going for a more Hail Mary play. Oof. As the prison takes a lot of hits. And it's going to have a hard time getting into any of these bases. You know what? Tempest production has already begun. So over time, MAsTER will have the better army. We'll have the higher quality force. MAsTER just needs a little bit more time. So a little bit more time to build up. Likewise, Erik is massing out more lurkers. 8 more lurkers in production. I believe that's going to be 15 in total. Alas, he's unaware of the Tempest. Not yet. There we go. Tempest is revealed. And now Erik knows. He knows what's going on. Spire gets thrown down. Erik, he responds. He respects the Tempest. Making a handful of drones. INexorable is on the way. Gets spotted. INexorable is going to be denied. It's denied for now. Erik just knocking down all these bases. Erik, he somewhat has map control, but he has very little creep. Like, there's almost no creep spread. Likewise, almost no expansions. He's now taking a 5th. As the 4th is already finishing up for MAsTeR. MAsTeR trying to keep up. We'll find the Nidus Worm. Erik pushing towards the left. Primes his dive in. Meanwhile, as time goes on, the Tempest count is getting higher and higher. I'm that much more concerned here for Erik. His army is being outscaled. Ducklings, they do get into the mineral line. Stalkers moving out. They snipe the center expansion. There's the recall. Oh my god, losing up to 5, losing up to 6 Stalkers, and the first 7 Stalkers go down. Erik, he does defend. Kills 5 probes across the map. May have lost an expansion, but Erik, he was already all in anyway. He's already committed. Now he's looking for a way in. He has to go for the kill. Jesus, how many Tempests? 9! Oh my god! You're going up to 12? I don't often see up to 12 Tempests to a single player here often, but sure. Getting up to 12 Tempests? Jesus. And now going into Carrier, almost pure Sky Toss. As Erik is still trying to be active. And gearing up for a Corruptor transition. +1 air attack is on the way for Erik. Oh, this is going to be an expensive loss though, as all the lurkers are going to go down. They somewhat trade. They take down 2 High Templar, 3 High Templar, and not bad. Get the High Templar. Storms would be amazing here, but the last lane Hydra does push in. Everyone's the Zealots. They bust into the mineral line. And now we enter kind of a really weird game state here where MAsTeR, in a head-on fight, I favor him 100%. Do you favor MAsTeR? That's only if he gets a head-on fight though. Maybe have to see where Erik takes us. Erik still investing into more lurkers. No corruptors yet. So Erik is rotating, trying to set up a split push. I still favor MAsTeR, at least in that head-on fight. Lurkers towards the natural. Letting run right towards the right-hand side. MAsTeR getting pulled out of position. Ooh, stasis goes up. And MAsTER is ready for this. Same time, MAsTeR pushing in. Ooh. So Erik pushing in. Trying to catch MAsTER out of position. The storms are brutal though. Yeah, the storms, they pop off. The Yoinks come in on 3 of those carriers. But only one of them goes down. The others, they survive. They back off. And MAsTeR is breaking through. Just force the army back. Nidus Swarm, though. Erik bouncing from base to base, but there's the recall. He does recall in time. Nidus into the natural. Erik, he does pile in just in time. He wants to go for the main. He's going for it. Will unload. Barely does not quite get that carrier. And he has to get out of here. Yeah, he doesn't get into the main. Nidus goes down. Lurkers get cleaned up. And MAsTeR holds. So he does hold on. He's got 9 Tempest and 4 carrier. Jesus. You don't often see like this kind of committed of a Skytoss army anymore. This is yeah, not seen too often. Lings, they take down the base, not bad. Okay. Expansion goes down. 17 probes as well. Every time Erik, he's getting the damage done. Behind this, Erik remaxing. Now on Corruptor. Corruptor, Viper, Lurker. Which is better. But still only 1-1 upgrades. Soon to be 2-1. More Lurkers morphing in. Lurkers trying to get ready. Corruptors are revealed. This is where we need more Storm and Archon. Diamond's getting sent away. There's a first storm. And massive storms here on the Corruptors. Mothership goes down, but the Corruptors, oh, they are being softened up. And MAsTeR is going for the kill. He's pushing in. He will lose all of his Archons. Massive storm. Oh my god. And MAsTeR should have this. He breaks through the front line. Clutch transfuse here on the Corruptors, but the Corruptors are very low. Archon volley going off. GG gets called, and MAsTeR takes game number 3. Takes a 2-1 lead. Whew. GG. Again, MAsTeR having a very strong start to the game, and for the most part, he did maintain a lead for himself. There were definitely opportunities for Erik where he was able to max out himself, where he was able to fight back against MAsTeR, pull him apart, but the reality is that the main army could never really contest against the army that MAsTeR had accumulated going into Mass Skytoss. To contest against that, you need well-upgraded Corruptors, you need spellcasters as well, and it was just a setup that Erik didn't have. Erik was not ready for that. Or I say not ready for that. He won. I mean, it was a late scout of the Tempest, sure, but at the same time, he was still recovering from the earlier losses in the early game, in the early to mid game. Take a lot of losses. Now we're getting into game number 4, potentially the final game of the series. I'm hoping for an ace match, I'm hoping for a back and forth, but the pressure is on Erik as the next game is going to be on Whispers of Gold. Let's go. Let us go. Meanwhile, Shatter Master is letting us know that he is going to refill his water, so he needs a moment. Make sure you drink plenty of agüita, papi, agüita. Let's go. He does need a moment. And again, coming into this, like, MAsTeR has been looking strong, looking powerful, especially when it comes to the mid-game. I mean, we saw the effectiveness of the Glaive Adepts here in Game 3, and it could rely on that in Game 4 as well. Or we could see something very different, something more Stalker-heavy. I mean, Whispers of Gold is known for aggression, true. We'll see. We shall see. For now, it looks like, though, because it looks like a player's asking for a break. Understandable. It's been an intense series. So the players, they need a moment. And when they come back, we will have the finale here of the finals. Have the conclusion. Again, we have at least 1, potentially 2 more games. I mean, I'm hoping for the ace match. I'm hoping for a game 5. Gibbs. The game 5. I'm still waiting for the moments that Erik commits to roaches. I'm still waiting for the moment where he opens up 14-14 and he goes for like a roach all in. I feel like this would be a good map for it. So I'm leaning in that direction. Some more roach aggression out of Erik. Just because so far in this series has been very mid-game oriented. Very much so. Hasn't been aggressive too early on. Yeah, we're just going to lie and wait for our players. Likewise, I do apologize if you do hear me like slurring my words. I did not sleep much today. Did not sleep for too long at all. I was planning to have like a ladder stream after this cast, after this tournament, but no shot. I don't have it in me whatsoever to go for another stream. So the plan is for today, after we wrap up this tournament, I'm gonna go and take a nap for maybe 4 hours, maybe a little bit more, if possible. I'm gonna try to nap, and when we come back, we have our next cast, Sparkling Tunic Cup. Sparkling Tunic Cup is in 7 hours. 7 hours from this message is our next cast of the day, and I will most likely try to nap beforehand, just to make sure I'm well rested, make sure I'm good to go for Sparkling Tunic Cup. That is the plan. Again, 7 hours. 7 hours from now. So I'm just checking our calendar. Tomorrow we have another back-to-back broadcast as well. Tomorrow is going to be the Turtle Tussle into the Pondcast. Let's go. So again, just really intense week for us. Very intense. And that leads into the Fire Grow Cup over the weekend. And MAsTeR Coliseum. Oh god. Just two casts a day every day. Let's go. Let's go. Meanwhile, you can hear the beeps. Looks like our players are ready. They have their water. They've hydrated their hydras. Have hydrated. And now we're getting into game number 4. Potentially the final game of the series. Again, I'm hoping for the ace match. Hoping for a game 5. It's up to our 2 players here. And spawning in the bottom right hand, what's up to this player here actually is spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Whistles of Gold. We have the Brazilian Zerg player, the red Zerg representing the CranKy Ducklings. Once again, 14-14. It is Erik. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the Brazilian Protoss player, the blue Protoss, representing Team Hellfire. Leading the series 2-1. Onomas, one more game is all he needs. It is MAsTeR. Go. And again, MAsTeR has been very successful so far when it comes to the lead up to the mid game. When it comes to regular Adept Harass or even committed Glaive Adept Harass as well, he's been very successful. And Erik, he has been really kind of stumbling into the mid game time and time again. Even in the game that Erik won, he was in a really rough position in game number 2. Where he didn't recover, or I say he didn't even recover, he just went for the all-in. he was just forced into an all-in, and Erik, he made it work. And we'll see how he does adjust. So far, once again, 14-14. Only 2 in gas, which means most likely going to be pulling out once he gets his 100 gas. Now, I stand by what I mentioned before, that we're loading into Whispers of Gold, and if Erik did want to go for a roach-based all-in or any kind of aggression, I do favor that. But like, it goes both ways. And MAsTeR has shown us that he's willing to be aggressive himself, willing to open up Twilight Council. Or even go for just an earlier Twilight Council after the starting point. Probe goes down, Erik expands. Back at home, MAsTeR is walled up. Again, later natural base for MAsTeR due to the second gateway and the Adept and the Zealot. So once again, just really safe opener here out of MAsTeR. Erik back at home, not pulling back in the gas, droning up. Just droning. Oh. Attempts to surround, doesn't quite get it. Not quite get the surround. So far, MAsTeR is holding his own. Oh, nice surround though. Yeah, Erik catching him out. The first Adept does go down. Very nice catch here from Erik. Finally, something going his way in the early game. Takes down the Adept. Behind this, Stargate Opener into Oracle. I mean, we've seen this time and time again. Usually, if it's going to be aggressive here, we've seen early Twilight Councils from MAsTeR. That's what we're looking for. I'm referring to an early Twilight Council either before the third or just as the third is being taken. That's the big sign. So now Erik is droning, getting his third, saturating his bases. MAsTeR likewise, gearing up. Stargate's done. Oracle is going to be the Oracle opener here from the side of MAsTeR. No surprises. You can see Erik is looking for the third. My eyes are open for an early tech. Once again, Erik checking for the third base. Second pylon gets placed. Oracle moves out, and MAsTeR is going for his expansion. Okay, he'll expand. We'll get the Nexus. And so far, everything is looking standard from MAsTeR. Erik back at home. Evo Chamber into Roachwarren. Into, I would imagine, +1 range. Ooh, Twilight Council gets placed. This is an early Twilight Council, and there's no Forge. Now, this can still be Glaive Adepts, once again, 2 games in a row, but I don't really like the idea of going Glaive Adepts 2 games in a row. I do think that you typically want to vary things up, so I'm picturing Blink instead. Technically, both are options, but leaning more towards Blink. Gas mining is denied. Gateways are placed. And show us what you got. Is it going to be Glaives again, 2 games in a row, or Blink? Some drones. Catching 5 workers in between the bases. Ay, that should not have happened. 5 drones go down. There it is. Blink is going to be on the way. Gateway explosion. Now, because Blink is so fast and because there is no Forge, this is very committed. It's very committed here. It doesn't really scale too well into a longer game state, and this usually leads into 3-way all-ins. Specifically, no gases at the third, only mineral saturation, 8 gateways, maybe a 9th proxy gateway across the map, into just 3-way all-in, Mass Blink Stalker. Yeah, more gateways are on the way, and MAsTeR is getting ready for his eventual move out. Decent catch here by Erik. Does get 1 Stalker. Every Stalker counts. Meanwhile, 4 gates are done, 4 on the way, so 8 in total. And MAsTeR should be setting up a proxy. Should be setting up for a proxy soon, once he starts to push. Back at home, Erik is droning, investing. If you remember earlier, I thought I saw +1 range, but no, +1 melee. Ling heavy. If we see no roaches, I'm going to be concerned for Erik. So waiting for that probe. So far, saturation. Lings, they go for a run by. MAsTeR not in position. Uh-oh. So MAsTER is pushing in. Lings, they catch some reinforcements. MAsTER pulling back. Stasis goes off. Stalkers are getting caught out. Yeah, nice start for Erik. Very nice start. Likewise, collapse on Stalkers, takes down 2 of them. 2 more Stalkers go down. Every Stalker does count. And with the eventual Forge on the way, which just got placed, I believe MAsTER should be expanding. If he wanted to be aggressive, I feel like he has missed his window. Like, he's still pushing in, of course, but Erik, he does have plenty of Lings. Dives on the Stalkers, gets us around. So many Stalkers are falling so early on. Yeah, brutal losses for MAsTER. He's still committed, though. He is still not expanded. I was expecting a 4th by now, but no. I was also expecting a proxy, if you remember, but still no proxy either. Things, they come in from behind. Roaches, they collapse on the Stalkers, and Erik, he's shutting this down completely. Again, MAsTER, he already ran out of steam, and MAsTER is not transitioning. No gases, no 4th base, no proxy, no nothing. Reinforcements, they're taking a long time to get across the map. There we go, MAsTER now finally going to be expanding. but he's vulnerable to a counterattack. So he's vulnerable. Nice stasis. Ooh, stasis goes off. Uh-oh. MAsTeR is still in this. Lurking in. Hatchery under fire. Another stasis on the way. Erik getting ready for another surround. Oh! Nice bait though. Erik, he baits out the stasis. MAsTeR once again reinforcements to get caught out. Leading out more stalkers. Oof, and yeah, MAsTeR, he's just falling behind. He's just falling further and further back. Still no fourth. Expanding on the right hand side instead. But a very late expansion. Very late. Stasis. Oh my god. Never mind. Massive stasis goes off. Erik, he tried to focus on the stasis trap, but he did miss it. Yeah, big mistake there from Erik. And now suddenly MAsTeR, he can try to push in. Just so much supply gets tied up. Trading against the Lings, pushing in towards the fourth. Gets a queen. Doesn't get much more though. Erik trying to chase us down. MAsTER still all in. Sure, he has a fourth base on the way, but MAsTER is still completely committed here. There's the expansion. Erik likewise going for a counterattack instead. As the fourth base goes down, nice damage dealt here by MAsTER. Takes down the fourth. Erik chasing him down though, picking up so many stalkers, and there's no escape from here. Erik trying to set up a surround. Oracles, they do what they can. I mean, decent kiting here from MAsTER, but he should lose everything. He should lose every single stalker. Does recall. Saves off 4 or 5 stalkers. Now 5 stalkers make it home. And Erik should have enough. At this point, he should have enough to overwhelm. Catching out the zealots. Fourth base, still no saturation. Even 2 more gates, Jesus. Getting up to 10. Oh, the gateways. Now, as I say that, Zealots, they still have potential as they come in first round. Last they get caught out on their own. Erik chasing down more stalkers. These trades are so efficient for Erik. Shaving off so many stalkers. And fighting back from here is just going to be an uphill battle for MAsTER. Very uphill. And in more ways than one. Vipers, they have arrived. Making his way towards the third. Zoning away the fourth. Nice stasis. Stasis goes off and MAsTER has been broken. GG gets called. Erik, he fights back, and we are going all the way to the ace match. Whew, GG. GG, well played. Really unorthodox execution of the 3-way all-in from MAsTER because there was no reinforcement point, because he moved out a little bit too prematurely as well. He got surrounded, and as soon as MAsTER started bleeding out stalkers too heavily, I mean, that was game then and there. That was game then and there. The purpose and the power behind these 8-gate blink all-ins on 3 bases from Protoss is that you preserve the stalkers over time. You do a good job of preserving them over time, building up the stalker count even higher and higher, and then just overwhelming the top, the other top player, of course, the Zerg. Overwhelming the Zerg, and alas, MAsTER wasn't quite able to get there. And with that, we're now getting into the ace match. Let's go. It all ends here. It all ends on... where are we dropping? All ends on Ultra Love. Oh boy. Next is going to be Ultra Love. I would imagine after that failed aggression last game from our Protoss player that we're going to be going for a standard opener, but we'll see. We'll see. Keep an eye on our players. As we're loading in, you can hear the beeps. Getting into the ace match. It all ends here. It all ends on Ultra Love. Ultra Love does have a short rush distance by ground, but is much more defendable. Much more defendable on 3 and 4 bases. The choke points and ramps can definitely be used to your advantage. We'll see where this takes us. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have the Brazilian Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Team Hellfire, being forced into Game 5, the final game of the series. Can he bring it back? It is MAsTeR. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the Brazilian Zerg player once again going for, I would imagine, this time going for the first time this series, not a 14-14, he's going for a 15 hatch. For the CranKy Ducklings, he's one of our own. He's a duckling. He's a quacker. Quack, puppy, quack. It is Erik. And he is going for a proxy hatchery. Okay, you have my attention. For the first time this series, he is avoiding the initial standard opener that he has since adopted, the 14-14, and is instead going for the proxy hatchery. The drone is in position and will soon commit. As Erik, he does have enough minerals for us. There we go. The hatchery has been placed. Now, this hatchery, I believe, is not designed to kill. It's designed to delay the expansion. Erik is expanding back at home, going hatch opener here. He will delay the Nexus, and he will force out a Zealot and a response. Second gateway gets placed already here for MAsTeR. Zealot is being chronoed as we speak. And behind this, Erik is droning. Zealot has arrived, but again, behind this, Erik, he's just happily joining up, taking his gases, getting into his own spawning pool. Yeah, I've seen players like Dark go greedily into a third hatchery, a little bit faster, but we can see that Erik is not cutting as many corners. Not this time. This time, second Zealot does arrive. It's going to be double Adept, double Zealots. Meanwhile, the hatchery finishes. Ooh, okay. Erik, he's going to let it finish, which means it's going to take even longer for MAsTeR to expand. It also means that Broodlings can try to surround one of the Zealots. And Larva is available as well. Okay, Broodlings, they chase back the Zealots. Going for the pylon. Creepers receding. 8lings are on the way. The Girlings morphing in. And we'll see what Erik can get done. Can he bring that pylon down? He's lane flooding behind this. He did drone up and he is taking gases. Okay, going for extractor tricks. He's being very aggressive. Gets eyes on the expansion, on the natural. Doesn't delay for too much longer as it's on the way. Gets a probe. And you can see here he's just distracting the army, pulling away the Adept and the Zealot. While lings are building up. As we have a Stargate opener here from MAsTeR. Stargate into Oracle. Army gets across the map, and Erik, he does have to deal with this. He gets this around. Surrounds one of the Adepts. We'll get the Zealot. Will they get the final Adept though? He wants it! Link's kicks in! And he will collapse in. And the Adept gets shut down. Nicely done. Going for the final Adept as well. More Adepts have arrived. Oh, it's getting close. And the Adept barely will make it. As MAsTeR commits. Checks the third. Confirms there is nothing there. Zone away from the natural. Mining is going to be denied. And from here we can calm down. We can take a breath. I say that, Erik, he does surround the final Zealot. But bearing in mind, because Erik made so many Lings, his drone count has been suffering. So Erik, he's down in workers. Is down in workers. Erik, he delays the third, at least for a little bit longer. It does feel like MAsTeR is going for just a much more standard approach here. Third base, double orc. Oh my, I spoke too soon. I assumed, oh god. I assumed he was just going to saturate his base, but no, never mind. A second Stargate into a fleet beacon into Sky. Let's go. What a way to end the series. So MAsTeR is rushing into either a carrier rush or a Tempest rush. Both are options, both are viable. Adepts go down. Nice pickles here by Erik. Forcing more Warpins. Warpins that I'm sure MAsTeR does not want to waste resources here on. Wants to save them for the Sky Toss. But MAsTER does get one drone. He gets two. 3, 4, 5 drone kills. Getting up to 6. 6 workers go down. That MAsTER does find himself in a nice position. Tempest production has now begun. Again, it's going to be a Tempest rush, not carrier, not yet. Just purely Tempest. And Erik has no idea. Erik is in the dark as to what's going on. Poking in. Massling army does come across the Adepts. There's a shade into the mineral line. Erik, he pulls away in time. The Lings will clean this up, but it's a bit of an awkward trade just because of the terrain. MAsTER trading as best he can. Here we go, Tempests are on the way. Meanwhile, Erik going into Ling Hydra. Okay. Going up towards Ling Hydra instead. Tempest, they reveal themselves. Ooh. And they're going for the mineral line as well. 3 drones going to be going down. Spore under fire. Forge and Twilight Council on the way. I do like this here from MAsTER. It looks like he's going for a ground transition. Starting off with Sky Toss, but soon to be switching into something very different. As the Tempests are wreaking havoc. Hydrogen now done. Spires on the way. And with good control, these Tempests should never go down. At the same time, Erik, he tries to bust in, but last there are oracles to defend. So MAsTER, he defends, he attacks. He hunts down the spores. Spores are going down. He gets 1. Soon to be 2. Lings, they try to bounce back in, but last they are being denied time and time again. Oh my god, the queens are pulling one after the other, and it looks like MAsTER is done it. He has overwhelmed. He's overwhelmed the army. Takes down every single queen. The hatchery is going to fall. Erik going to be knocked down to 3 bases. Corruptors are on the way, but the damage has been done. And MAsTER can always recall. Speaking of, there it is. Oh, he will leave 1 Tempest behind, so a bit of a misplaced recall. Oh god, there's no spore. I mean, the queen count was reset. There's only 3 queens left, and that's going to be 8 drone kills. Ay. MAsTER is not stopping. Not stopping. Corruptors pop out. Do you pop out? Once again, MAsTER being active. Behind this going +1 in Blink Stalkers. So if the idea here is that Erik, he overextends and he overmakes Corruptors. And then MAsTER pops off with a ground army instead. That's the goal, that's the hope. Here we go. MAsTER's pushing in. Going for the 3rd. Corruptors are coming in from behind. Lings as well, they collapse in. The Tempest count should be reset. But what about the Stalkers? What about the MAsTer coming in? And MAsTer, it looks like he has started. He's breaking through. The Lings go down. The Corruptors as well. The Corruptors, they will get the final Tempest, just barely. But again, I'm sure MAsTer, he's content with that. I'm sure he's perfectly fine. Nice Blinks here with the Stalkers. Charge only behind this, still reinforcing on the front lines, and Erik, he just cannot keep up. Momentum too heavily in favor of MAsTer. Hatchery goes down. Erik down to 2 bases. Trying to go for a counterattack, but alas, Raptors, they do fall. Here we go, MAsTer just rotating over, just starving Erik out. He wants the base once again. He wants it. Nice link. Avoid service area. At the same time, Corruptors, they do hit the 3rd. And will they get it? It's going to be close. It's going to be so close here. Down to 3 Corruptors. We hold. Erik does hold on. Behind this, 26 drone kills. No. 26 workers go down. I mean, MAsTer may lose all these Stalkers, but even then, it's still worthwhile. He recalls back home. Does recall Archons. That's going to be the on the coffin. Again, Erik, he's working with purely Ling Hydra, and splash damage units like Colossus, Storm, Archons, they're going to excel against this kind of army. With that, MAsTer is getting ready for his move out. Meanwhile, before I get ahead of myself, a big shout to Flipper Flapjack in the chat. Baby God, thank you so much for the support for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session. Hope you had a great time, and welcome one and all to the final game, the final series of the final Code for Giants Cup in 2024. It's been a beautiful year here of StarCraft. We've had so many of these events. I mean, 17 of them. And of course, the owner, the main sponsor of that is Code for Giants, did drop by the chat earlier, giving us a shout out. So thank you so much. Big shout out to Code for Giants. As the base is being broken. The base is being broken. We do have some Lings counterattacking, but GG gets called, and MAsTer will take the series 3-2, becoming this week's the final Code for Giants Cup champion of 2024. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations, and congratulations to MAsTer. It was a very intense finals, went all the way to the ace match, but there could only be one. Congratulations to MAsTer. My condolences to Erik. I appreciate that Erik did switch up his build this time, going for the hatch block instead, but again, he just wasn't quite able to keep up and maintain his losses against the aggression of MAsTer. GG. GG, well played. Very impressive stuff there out of MAsTer. Is going to be our final champion of the year. Just catching up in the chat. Catching up. Yeah. Muy buenas noches. Buenas noches, papi. Buenas noches. This is the final. It is. It is the finals. It is the finals. That was one of the stasises of all time. It was in the previous game on Whispers of Gold where we saw the stasis trap catch all the Lings and the Roaches. I don't think I've seen a juicier stasis trap because that got like almost the maximum amount of units in a stasis. It was crazy. Hola amigo lights. Saludos, saludos, gato, saludos. Good to see you, good to see you. But with that, GG, well played. We are going to be wrapping up here for the day. Emphasis on the day because, again, we have another cast in, I believe, 6.5 hours. Yeah, 6.5 hours time. We're going to be live with the Sparkling Tuna Cup. That is our weekly open tournament. We did move it to the center, to the middle of the week, just because we can no longer host it on the weekends due to Massive Coliseum. So we have since moved to the weekdays. Does mean that we have less participation, but regardless, the show will go on, and we're still hosting our open cups whenever we can. So again, if you want to tune in, 6.5 hours time, we have more StarCraft. Otherwise, I mentioned before, I was going to ladder, but no, sure, I'm far too tired. I have no energy to ladder. I'm gonna go pass the hell out, and wake up in time for some more StarCraft, for Sparkling Tuna Cup. That is the plan. That is the goal. So with that, thank you. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for tuning in. A big shout out to Code for Giants for sponsoring the event. Shout out to Cosmos for organizing and casting the event in Brazilian as well. Big shout out to Cosmos. And yeah, hope you all enjoyed yourselves. Hope you all had a great time here today. Again, we're kind of nearing the end of the year. Despite that, we still have plenty of StarCraft to get into. Plenty of StarCraft to cast. Again, later on today is Sparkling Tuna Cup. Tomorrow is Tenacious Royal Tussle, followed by the Pondcast, followed by the MC Show Match, Firegrow Cup, Alima League, Massive Coliseum. Just broadcast after broadcast after broadcast. As a heads up, we will be taking 2 days off this month. We're going to be taking off Christmas Eve and Christmas Day. We will not be casting those 2 days. We're going to be taking them off instead and spending time with our families, of course. And I hope you are able to as well, or hope you enjoy your holidays, however you do celebrate them. Even if you don't, hope you have a great end of year. And again, we'll see you guys later on tonight for some more StarCraft. See you later tonight. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for watching. Thanks for support. We'll see you guys in 6.5 hours. Or we'll see you next time. See you next time, papi. Also, if you want to help follow us, if you want to support us, you can do so via checking us out on the social medias. Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Discord. All things CranKy Ducklings. As you can follow us. Can't follow us. Otherwise, we'll see you guys next time. Ciao, papi, ciao. See you next time. I'm gonna go bed. Go pass out. See you next time.